Can you hear me? I'm good. Let me move outside so it's not noisy. How are you doing, Nora, Alexi, and Jocko?
Doing good. Sorry if there's an echo. I'm in my car. It's on speaker.
Good, good. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Alexi.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm doing good. How you doing, Nora?
Pretty good. Another wonderful day. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was talking to both you guys. Sorry.
I know I'm
All
messing
right.
you. So,
Is there a bad echo when I talk?
no, it's not bad. Just give it a couple more minutes, see if we can get a couple more people in here, and then we'll get to discussing this issue.
What is the issue today? No, I'm just kidding.
Actually, did you get my message about the article I sent you, Alexi?
Let me take a look.
I was saying, hey, what do I need to do to get a Sky 360 here? So basically, the articles from
Oh, I see that now. Yeah.
from Tri Cities, and it literally, so everything I've been describing just happened on Hanford, like literally the cigar shapes, all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, I knew it. Everything I've been seeing has been real.
I'm gonna look at that article real quick. Do you want to post it in the nest, maybe?
Yeah, I'll post it in the nest. Give me 1 sec.
Cool.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope y'all are doing well this afternoon.
We're good. Welcome. We're just kind of putting some things in the thread and getting this thing started.
I guess while Shane's doing that, I'll go ahead and be his hype guy for the show today. If you guys have comments, put them in that, hit that little check box, hit the like button, retweet if you can. All that kind of fun stuff really helps get the spaces going, gets more people in here. Shane's a better hype guy than I am.
Shane, I got your invitation to co-host, but I'm driving right now, so I'm going to let Alexi take care of that.
Okay, that's fine. I'll never invite you again, Nora. I'm just messing. So I just put that article up in the nest, right, from the Tri-City Herald. I'll go ahead and kind of start. Most of these spaces, people in there before know that for like 2 years now, I've been recording and having some crazy experiences. But in this last month is when I realized that it's not just one, multiple. And then I find this article. I live near Hanford, and that's where I usually see him darting to. And I've been yelling I actually remember sending my senator a tweet saying, hey, it makes me a little nervous. We got shit flying over nukes, and no one seems to care multiple times, right? And this guy describes literally what I talk about in the spaces these things doing. They go one direction, they're lights, and then they lower, and then they're just hovering. It's just crazy. So what I was trying to say, Lexi, I was like, hey, what do I need to do to get you guys a Sky 360 out here to get you some data?
I mean, I would try to get a hold of Chris Lato on that. I can send him an email out and say, I've got someone that you should probably talk to. Yeah, I would say, talk to, if you have a message, I'll send him a message just because.
You may want to, because I don't even think he follows me yet. I don't think he's not on Twitter much.
I don't think so. I think he more has his, we all have our own lives. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that, and I think he's one of those. He likes Discord though too. It's a lot easier to communicate on there. I get all that shit. So no, he got his own lives. Yeah, but you may want to ask him, because I was sitting there thinking, man, so 2 years of data I could have had if I would have taken this shit seriously. So I think I'm going to start. I was like trying to save up to do that, because like I said, I'm a skip from, and they literally, we're number one in the state with sightings, and so it's got to be Hanford, or it's me. I'd rather be Hanford.
Well, maybe it's a combination of the two, right? You have your lighthouse effect within a hotspot to begin with.
True. And maybe that's how I thought I noticed them, they noticed me, and then that's why they'd be tailing me everywhere. It's just, what's funny is, for 2 years I've been having these experiences. Maybe I'm the only one that did this, but most people they jump right on board. It's an alien. Man, I didn't. Man, I almost literally put me over the edge to survive, all the shit that I did. And then I literally thought people were stalking humans, were fucking putting $60,000, $100,000 drones up and tailing me. Now, how insane is that? And it literally took me finding UFO Twitter, and I still wasn't quite down with, having friends like Matthew Robert to explain, shit's real. And it took me probably this month as shit got more intense and I started seeing shit that I know for a fact wasn't. And then the paper was this article after last night was the first day I felt any relief whatsoever. Like I wasn't that shit insane, even though I've been recording them and, other people have for so long. Even in the back of my head, it's not that. It's got people trying to fucking drive you nuts. Last night's the first night that dropped away completely. I was like, oh my God, I slept like a baby. Go ahead, Open Eyes.
Yeah, if you could get in sightings, if you got some orbs following you, most likely, and you have a lot of encounters with alien craft, most likely they have alien implants in you too. So, I'm trying to get this one guy to do see what frequencies my implants are running before I take them out, and I might get him involved with the alien implant removal program too, because I just started on Facebook. But I got to get the tech guy that's doing this stuff, and so I'm gonna have to ask him if he would even do it, you know. So I'm in the process of doing that right now. But yeah, aliens are very real, and we're living in a simulation where humans can't see what's really going on around them, and that's why I'm doing the Open Eye Project too, as well, to teach humans how to see, these invisible dimensions and stuff.
Thank you for that,
The
Open
one
Eyes.
the the one thing that is crazy is that you can have two UAP incidents 30 years apart that appear to be the same craft.
Yes, that actually is a good point. I'm curious if
So that stands to reason that maybe you get possible implants before the arrival of the craft. If timelines are all happening to them at the same time, the implant might come. The cart might come before the horse. We just don't know with the time aspect.
yeah, I tell you that having an experience, it's a continuation. It's just I can only compare it to like Bledsoe, Matthew Rob, one of these continuations, right? That rabbit hole can get deep because I know other people have mentioned it. When you spend your entire life not believing in something, all of a sudden there's something there you can't explain. I can't close my eyes to anything, right? Now this is going to sound silly. Spook myself, I'm sure. So I was coming back from the mountains one time alone. I had an experience up there. I recorded some shit. And I happened to be out prospecting. And every time I pulled stuff up in my left hand and I'd run my metal detector off of it, it'd go crazy. Like there's fresh smell in there. So I go through it and there's nothing in there. This happened over and over. I couldn't figure it out. The very next time, as I'm leaving, I look at my hand and I have a clean cut scar that I can't figure out that I got. And underneath it, it sets off my high end metal detector every time. I don't know where it's from, and it probably could have been me somewhere. But I spooked myself, man. Right? All this. I'm like, oh my God, is that? But yeah, I still can't figure out where I got this cut from. I don't know what's in my hand, and it's kind of ridiculous, right? It's like that doesn't make any sense, and I'll end up spooking the shit out of myself with stupid stuff, and I'm sure I did it myself. But that's the battle I fight. I didn't ever jump right on the alien bandwagon. The bandwagon I end up jumping on that fucked me up is I think it's people messing with me, and it's like that's some pretty evil shit, right? I'm guessing aliens would be a better thing. Anybody else in here experiencer want to tell their story? Hi, baby goat. What's up, Shake Leather? Sam, Dr. Argo, Dances, Rocket, Hi, Skate God. Anybody? You want to ask a
I would
question?
just like to say I don't know a lot about the implants, but before we go to stories, I know the most common place that people talk about implants when they have them is in between the cleavage between the thumb and the second finger.
Mine's on the I guess you'd say the opposite part of that the hand. So it's on the like down below the pinky. I'll put a picture on here. What the hell? It's not like anybody can think I'm any crazier than I already am, right?
Yeah, it seems to resolve a lot around hands and feet. I don't have one, but I do believe that they're real.
I don't know if I don't know what to believe on it. I'm pretty sure I probably did that my dumb self, and I'm just spooking myself because, like I said, I record this shit everywhere I go, and I go deep on it. It's like, oh my god, I just posted a picture. So,
Well, we're living in the magic. I'm a scientist. I've been doing research, field research out there in the field. I've seen a lot of spaceships, weird phenomenon and stuff, but we're living in a magical simulation. Now, the scientists are saying we're living in a simulation, but it's magical because these alien implants has a lot to do with magic, and they give out a certain frequency, and they could actually paralyze you any given day, so when they abduct you, they just press the button and you can't move anything but your eyes. So whatever they're doing to the human race, it's really evil. I mean, they got good aliens out there too, but then there's the bad ones, and that's the ones that have control of this planet right now. So, but once I get this ball rolling and get these implants, I'm gonna do a documentary of it. As soon as this guy does the reading, I'm gonna film it, and then I'm gonna go to my doctor and get them taken out. So that's what. And I got X-rays, I got ultrasounds of the implants too. They actually put 7 of them on the left side of my body to control the angelic human side. See, these implants has to do with DNA, quantum DNA, and all that stuff, and um, they're stealing our magic. Yeah.
This is a world of duality, so no doubt that there's both. Oh, my bad.
What do you guys think the implants are doing? I heard you say that open eye that they're trying to do something with your what was the word you used? Like angel body? What you call it?
Well, what they did was these beings that came to the universe, it has a set of laws, okay? They can't walk without stealing our body parts, by using these alien implants. And what happens is you ever heard that thing about Osiris where they killed this Osiris and they took all his body parts and spread it all over the Nile or whatever? What it is these implants can take your foot, bring it one place, take part of your leg, take it another place, and just take your whole body apart. That's kind of how like the story of Osiris. And these implants are not new. This is like ancient technology, and it's more like witchcraft too. I mean, it's and what they did was, all right, if you put 3 fingers up on the right hand and 3 fingers up on the left hand, they only took 2 DNA strands of their body, and then our DNA strand, which is the left, and the angelic humans on the left side, the reptilian vampires on the right side, and they connected our DNA. Okay, that's what they've been doing, and what they do with these implants is they cancel the angelic person, and then the right person takes over the body. That's what it does. It's like witchcraft almost, because I seen them write names. What they do is they got these crazy spirits going around and writing their name on your body, and it's not your body no more. It's their body. It's like it's devil possession. So these implants are the same thing. It's just witchcraft. It's like witchcraft. Yeah. And they did it to me because I'm fighting back, and I wish this guy would hurry up and we hurry up and meet and film this stuff, because I got to get these implants out, you know. But
How many do you think you have, and where in your body did you say they were?
they're on my foot, on my leg, on 2 parts of my leg, on my right hand and my right forearm that I found, and I actually took photographs of ultrasounds and X-rays and stuff.
What do they look like, or did they tell you what kind of material they thought they might be made of?
No, they're so small they like the end of a pencil lead. I mean, that's how small these things are. And I started searching around my body last year, and I went to the doctor, and he could feel it. The doctors put their hands on it, could feel the little bump. So we took X-rays and stuff, but I'm trying to go through a procedure where we got to find out what frequency they're running at, and then I'm gonna get them out. But they had Dr. Roger Lear. It was like the 17th patient or 18th patient. It's on YouTube. Look it up. Dr. Roger Lear was taking these things out, and they were doing research on it. And the thing is, after he died, it stopped. Now the research is going on, but it's secret. It's not. It's the government's keeping it secret. So I'm probably got to start I'm starting the program on Facebook. I started a alien implant removal program. Get this stuff documented with my body. I'm gonna try to get a grant writer to get grants from the government to do research in these implants, or get donations too as well. And I need a team of scientists, that know what they're doing. So that's what I'm working on right now. But I'm fighting back.
Right on,
You
Open. I
could use
appreciate it.
radio. The way you stop them, you use radio, like a loud music radio, or you could use frequency like 369. And I put, on YouTube, you could find these frequencies. It's a straight, sound or whatever. And then that stops it too. I found out if you take a string, tie it to your toe, big toe, and wrap around like a coil, because it stops it from. See what it is? It's a straight line transmitter. It goes from your foot all the way up your body to your shoulder. And what I did was I wrapped a string around my leg, and that stopped it, because it wasn't linear no more. It had to go, it was following the string on my leg, and I found out that stopped it too. You know, um, yeah.
What kind
Or
of effects do you like feel from these? Can you tell when they may be like quote unquote active or anything like that, or do you feel any what's like the physiological effects you get from them?
well, you can't really. It's nothing. I mean, it's not detectable by you know your mind can't really detect it. I mean, I was out in the field for so long, and then I ran into some aliens at Santa Barbara homeless shelter, and they had a big giant spaceship right up on top of Santa Barbara. I mean, like, the government knows they're doing it. They made a deal with, I don't know if y'all know, the government made a deal to get technology from them, and they would do, they said they were doing research on the humans, but it's not research, it's actually witchcraft. It disables the spiritual body, and it harvests you too, like Stargate stuff. Yeah. Like your body parts would go to somewheres out there in space, you know, wherever they designated, whatever. Yeah.
One thing for sure is they don't have to implant you in to get energy into your body. I had a totally different experience when the host is ready. I'll explain, but I had energy come through me and not an actual device.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? Hey, wait, before you do, one sec. Everybody that's in this thread, do me a solid. Why don't you just go in there and hit the like on anything in that thread, and if you can, we'll get the main reason I wanted to do it. Go ahead, tell us about it. Can you hear me, anybody?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can't hear. I don't
Yeah,
know
I can
what
hear
your
you.
name is on the far right.
Yeah.
It's like
What do you want us to call you? The one that's got the D for the picture, because I can't pronounce whatever that writing is. Is that Ty?
You can call me Steve.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. Go ahead, Steve. You said you were going to tell us.
Yes, sir. I was skipping school in 7th grade in 1998, and I was at my house, and I was being very secretive because I was not supposed to be at my house. I was supposed to be at school. So I was using a cassette to record the Wolfpack song from WCW off the radio to a cassette tape so I could listen to it. And back then, the radios had these antennas that would fold in, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a white light came in about the size of a quarter from the antenna, and it went into my face, and everything turned white. And then I turned around and I saw what looked like a toilet paper tornado, except it was the most, now instead of being the size of a quarter, it was the size of, it was about 5 or 6 feet tall, and it was spinning in circles, and it had all these other parts of it that were moving. But when it first came through the radio, it was only the size of a quarter, and it went right through my head. And the weirdest part is I could not tell anybody about it because I was not supposed to be at home, and it did not scare me. I did not even follow it. It went out of the room very quickly, turned the corner, and went towards the front door, and I just went right back to what I was doing because I just had this feeling that it was okay. And at first I thought it was a relative telling me to go back to school, and I never thought about this again until 2013 when I ended up in therapy for PTSD, and it came back as a memory.
Appreciate you telling us that, man. Let me ask you guys a question. So, people in here, and you can always, if you don't want to talk, put your answers in the thread. Or if you got a question, put it in the thread and I'll read it. If there's anything you want to discuss, topics, whatever, put that shit in the thread. Just like it, we'll get it talked about. Let me ask you guys this: as far as hypotheses go on whatever this is, I know we all got different ones. Where you guys lean, like ultra terrestrial, interdimensionals, and so on. I'd like to see. So either put it in the thread or raise your hand. Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller?
I've had so much time to think about it, and there's a lot of possibilities. It's could be something that they send down, but not an actual part of their aircraft. It could be an energy for healing. Maybe they prevented a tumor. I just, there's so many different ways that it could have gone. It's hard to say what exactly they are and if it's them or their energy that I saw.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Matter of fact, I was just thinking the other day, there's a very real possibility. Let's say we don't understand the science behind it. Let's say they are interdimensional, and what we're seeing is literally projections of AI or whatever. Even though it's material, we can touch it, see it, and we can't tell the difference. It may just be a projection from a higher dimension, and we would never be able to understand what that actually was. Just like if someone threw a ball, Luce can probably explain this way more than me. If someone threw a ball from a higher dimension, all you'd see a slice of it go from, and it just your head up like what's going on, even though it was just a ball in that dimension. So I wonder sometimes if this craziness that we see, the control system, all these different things, it's because either we're either it's some kind of like almost like a Truman show. It's so odd, like some of the different things, like especially when you get the Skinwalker Ranch type stuff, and So, what do you guys think, baby? Go.
Yeah, I remember, I forgot who said it, but someone asked, how would you communicate with an ant, right? And I thought about it for a while, and I thought, what if you could create an entire environment around the ant or the ant colony, and you can just manipulate the environment? You wouldn't even have to really, you could just, learn from the ants that way. So I don't know. I really don't. I try not to stick too hard on one theory or another. Try to keep it fluid. But yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. And I think we converge a lot of different things into one phenomena when maybe there's a lot going on here. But I do think there may be something to that kind of scenario. But I'm not sure. I don't really know, to be honest with you.
Do you think possibly they show us what they want to show us and what we need to see to help disclosure, to ease us in? You know what I mean? Instead of showing up on our lawns and saying, come on, getting probed.
They show up when you are least likely to be able to say anything about it so that you get reassurance without sounding crazy.
Dances says hive mind. He believes it's a hive mind. So I can see that. Good choice there. Let me ask you guys this stuff. As far as why they're here, do you think it's elements? It's our DNA, it's us, it's curiosity, or it's a guiding hand? Anybody?
I think they step in emergencies, but they prefer not to.
I can see that. And I actually always say that, like I said, Keel, Valet, get a chance. You need to read some of their books. They got some great material on it, but they talk about them as being, almost like tricksters, a control system, manipulate. When I say manipulation, I don't mean like it's right in front of you. You can see that, you're being manipulated. You would never even know. It'd be, for example, they show you something, and by you seeing that something, let's say you create something or you do something you wouldn't have done before, right? It's almost like they know when to go, where to go, and what to show you. And all through history, even Diana Pasolka was talking about this in her class on UFOs and technology, that people like Carl Jung, you got Nietzsche, they all had experiences, right? So, and then if you think about it, what did they do? They ended up being philosophers and kind of helping guide humanity in a way, right? I'm curious if that's a across the board type thing.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a duality to it, right? And but I think throughout history we have these theories of gods, right? And then there are the demons. And why would we have this continuing, theme of there being these gods, unless there were some beings out there looking out for us? And then there's that trying to, create mischief or whatnot. But yeah, I think there's probably something to that. That there are probably beings from maybe, and I'm just going off the wall here. So I don't really know. Maybe other planets, maybe other dimensions with similar physics, or other dimensions with completely different physics, and they can just kind of peer in here like a kind of a TV screen, and then maybe I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities, but when you think of the reality of higher dimensions, higher spatial dimensions, it really does get weird, where you really can, if you step into a one higher dimension, spatial dimension than we exist in now, four spatial dimensions, you could truly see around all three-dimensional objects without moving. Like you could literally see through walls, around corners, into other rooms without moving at all, standing in one location. And that alone could, be godlike, if you will. But yeah, I definitely think there are if you think of the real physics of higher spatial dimensions and the possibility that there are beings living in those dimensions, then maybe something interesting. And maybe we could, step into those higher spatial dimensions as well. Could be cool.
Just the last thing I'll say about my experience is that the light actually turned around the corner when it left the bedroom, and the whole thing was moving and had different parts that were all moving at the same time, but the whole light turned the hallway. It made a 90-degree turn and left. And so that's what really struck me.
See, that's the stuff that, I'm sorry, baby, go. That's the stuff that actually, like the other day, oh no, I said 2 months ago, these are the things that like I'd spin this tail in my head, oh, it's humans, it can't be that, and then I'd see it do a 90-degree turn that nothing can do. Like, active duty Air Force combat aircraft and technology. Those are things that I love. And I understand there's dark programs that we don't know about. But there's some propulsion systems that are just out of our reach unless we have, which we do. I'm reading between the lines, between like the stuff that UFO Joe says, Lou. It doesn't matter what you think of them. I'm going to tell you from my point of view, I think they found the crash retrieval programs, and I do think we have bodies. Don't everybody talk at once.
They have
Hi,
Let
Vinny.
me
How's
just
it
ask a
going?
question to the D here, the blue D. What did the thing you saw that went around the corner? What did you see it do? Like, what was it doing while you were there? Like, can you explain the experience a bit?
It was like a tornado, but it was like a tornado of light. After at first it came out of the radio antenna the size of a quarter, and it went through the light went through my prefrontal lobe, my front the core.
You're breaking up, buddy. I don't think we heard the last bit of it, to Steve.
It went right through the prefrontal cortex, and everything turned white. After I turned around to see what the flash was, because I wanted to know what just flashed, it looked like a tornado of lights with different branches that were all spinning. And it's like how you toilet paper a tree, except there's no tree there, and the toilet paper's all spinning around in circles and moving in different directions.
Thank you for sharing that. And I was just thinking, you know what's silly? Like for me, now my entire family are essentially the same kind of experiences as me. Everywhere we go, they'll be seeing them and recording them with me. Actually, they record them more because it's kind of newer to them. I just don't give a shit at this point because it's so fucking annoying. You know, it's like little bitty, lights. I know what they are. Some of them are good videos, but it doesn't matter. It's almost like they control how well you see them. Okay. And here they're all excited now, and I'm like, fuck these guys. They're just fucking with me, right? So yeah, it's kind of, if anybody wants to get infected with UAP, holler.
Yeah, I would love to see where the actual energy and the stuff they send into your house comes from on the outside of the, outside. I would love to know what that looks like.
Yeah,
And there are a bunch of satellites going around the Earth. I mean, a lot of private corporations with satellites, governments with satellites.
yes,
I think that's probably a good bet.
there is a lot of satellites going around the Earth. One of the things that's been kind of, I guess, kind of showing me that the shit that I'm seeing is real. The more that I see people, the more that I see people actually post, and then they're literally describing the same thing that I talk about in Spaces, or that article I posted from Tri-Cities, which is my home, where the guy at Hanford literally saw the thing that I've been describing for months, doing the shit that I was talking about, right? And it kind of, somebody had to kind of talk me down because I was irritated for the fact that here I was watching this shit going all over our nuclear site, and I would actually tweet, or I actually sent an email to Patty Murray. I was like, hey, it makes me nervous. I don't know what that is, and it's over Hanford. No one really gave a shit. And there I am squirming for 2 years thinking I'm batshit crazy. No, I guess that's the best part of it. At least I don't think I'm as crazy as I was, right? Um, Anybody else got a story they want to tell about their experience? I take that as a no. Oh, didn't mean to mute everybody. Sorry. Alexa, you still here?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little distracted at the moment.
That's all
But
right.
yeah, I mean, I saw one comment in the comment section that said they give you synchronicities, right? And I would agree with that. Like it's more of a guiding to a center. So not necessarily like you're being manipulated, but more that you're being guided to a more laminar creation. Is easy. I've got all kinds of weird words and concepts, you know that. But there's the different realms, and basically it's a guiding, but through synchronicities.
That's exactly right, and I would encourage anyone who sees something to remember the date and the time, because it could be a message. I've seen that before.
Yeah, I
Speaking of
mean,
mess, go ahead,
for
Alexa.
me, I was going to say, for me, it's like there's certain moments in life when there's turning points where you can make a choice, either go left or go right, kind of thing. And in between those moments, you could say, like, I'm not saying we're mindless, but we kind of mindlessly our days until an event happens. And when that event happens, now we've changed our path. So for me, it's like, imagine like a ball rolling down a hill. Um, these events are somewhat like stones that are thrown on the hill. And so like we bump into these stones, we can either go left or right. But at the end of the day, those are guiding us towards like a laminar creation.
Thank you for that, Luce. I can tell you that once the woo starts with synchronicity, you can't stop noticing it, right? And it always makes me wonder, man, how long's this shit been happening? And I'm just not been paying attention. And I mean, not even talking that I'm pretty sure that shit's been in my life, the UAPs and stuff, forever. I mean, my great grandfather was a pilot during World War II in Korea. He had Foo Fighters. He actually, reported them and everything. He's got a book he wrote, it was in his book, all that kind of stuff. So I'm assuming they've been here. I just never noticed. But then I start thinking to myself, the way life works out at this point after my first experience, this is going to sound weird. So when things happen, instead of just me getting to that point where it just happens, as it's happening, I'm like, oh my goodness, I watch the dominoes fall and I'm just impressed by how one thing leads to this, to that, when it could have led somewhere else. Does anyone else notice they pay attention to that kind of stuff anymore?
Oh, I mean, I totally do. But Nora has her hand up. I'll talk about
Go,
some
Nora.
synchronicities in a second, but let Nora in here.
Oh, I just wanted to ask Shane. I saw the videos of the lights you posted, and is it always in the same area, or do they like follow you around?
Yeah, they follow me. So this past weekend, me and my family took videos of it going all over the sky, everywhere, doing 90. I didn't get a video of 90-degree turn, but we got it in the mountains as well, here near Hanford, everywhere. Like, this is the typical experience for me. This is why I know it's nothing that I understand. So I don't just see it go one direction. So it'll go one direction. It'll pulse. The cigar shape will pulse one time. Then it's lower and it'll pulse 4 times across the sky, and it's gone quickly, right? Then it may come a completely other direction. I don't know how I got there. And then it may pulse once and then a second, and clearly doing it on purpose. So we all understand how aircraft work and all that. The safety lights are there. They need to be repeatable so people can see them. I'm telling you, and this guy was talking about it in that article too. I watched it, witnessed it. I pointed out to my family one time. It pulse, and then we couldn't find it, and it'd be on the other side of the sky. Then it'd come back and pulse 2 times. So that's the kind of that makes zero sense. So absolutely high at times, I can't see it being an aircraft, and it literally comes back and forth in every direction. It's not just the same, right? So that's what I always question. Like, I can't figure out what it is. I'll tell myself, oh, it's got to be a satellite. And then it'll pulse once, then twice. And then I go on Twitter, and I posted it before in the space once. A lady in the UK described the same thing. We had guys in the space describing the same thing, right? So it kind of blows my mind, and I often wonder how are other people not seeing this? Is it a matter of they don't want to see it because it would shake their shit up, or is it just they're only showing themselves to certain people? Because I don't like that. I mean, I don't want to be
So
special.
it kind of
Go, Nora.
it just seems like the more you pay attention to the phenomenon, the more it pays attention to you. And I think somebody the other day, I think it was Squiddy, was saying how she used the word "you're awakened," but for me, I kind of like to think of it as like a dial, like if you think about like our chakras, like the very top chakras, I like to think of it almost like a dial, like like on an Ajax bottle, how you kind of like move it and there's like a little bit you can pour through, or you can just like open the whole thing and then like everything pours out. I feel like that's like something like that is like happening with people. Like there's like open dials or half open dials or fully open dials, and that's why like some people see it all the time, some people never see it because their dial's just closed. I don't know, it's weird.
That's a good point, Nora. Matter of fact, I've used that almost similar terminology. I think I've talked to Toop, excuse me, and was it Toop and Jared? Jared, did I always tell? I think I've told you, man, that it seemed like after I started experiencing this, it literally looked like it's almost like there's a crack in reality, and some of us are able to see through that crack slightly, right? Do you get what I mean? Great point, Nora. Go ahead, Jackson.
What's up, Shane? Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Yeah, Shane, I don't think we've actually spoken since I realized this, but I just looked at your profile again and saw that you were at Shepherd Air Force Base in '01, and I was there in excuse me, I got COVID for the first time right now. But yeah, I was there in '07, I think. Or wait, '06? Yeah, '06. And speaking of synchronicities, that's just like, that's bizarre, man. Like, we were both I was in the Guard though, but if you probably remember, like, tech school was tech school, and like it was all active duty guys and reservists were there, and but that's a weird ass synchronicity because that was like 20 years ago, man.
Yeah, right on, man. Actually, too, I think I ended up leaving Shepherd and went to Altus Air Force Base. So I was a hop skip away from there. And then I was there till '03, moved to Japan. And that's where I was stationed for 8 years in Tokyo. Well, mainly in the Middle East, the bullshit wars, but you know what I mean. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy, huh? I've met a couple people on here. Matter of fact, synchronicities, the reason I found that article, someone followed me that's from the freaking town that article's from. And I'm like, oh, shit. I wouldn't have ever found it because I don't watch the news and stuff, right? He just happened to follow me and had it pinned to his profile. And I'm like, damn, I would never have found that any other way. That's pretty cool. Let me ask you a question, Nora, if you're okay with it. So as far as tarot cards and stuff like that, how do you think that works for you? Where do you think that energy comes from that gives, I guess, how do you say it? That gives you the ability to flip the cards? And do you get what I'm saying? I'm sorry if I sound ignorant. Nora? All right, maybe
Hello?
Nora's not here. You hear me, Nora?
Sorry, did you ask me something?
Yes, you must be my wife. You ignored me. So,
I was parking my car and walking up the stairs.
you're all right. So check this out. I was asking you, you do tarot readings and stuff like that. So as far as how do you feel, where do you feel the energy, all that stuff comes from? Do you think it's all related? Give me your opinion.
So I kind of think of it as like a universal database, like some people call it, like Akashic Records, and it's just like, I don't know, it's just like, it's hard to describe, but it's just like a feeling that I get.
Hey,
Like
you know
like
what? That makes sense, Nora. I'm just going to say, go ahead and finish in 1 second. I was going to tell you that makes sense because that's the same way I spot this stuff. It's a feeling. And I was just telling my wife the other day, I was saying, hey, I just don't know why I know where to look. I know where to look and it's there, things like that. And
yeah,
it
like
just,
when I get like random people that like DM me for tarot readings, I usually just look at like their like username and their like profile picture, and that's like what I concentrate on to like I guess like identify them. And then sometimes like if I'm shuffling and I just don't get like a feeling, I just like kind of like wiggle the cards around in my hand and then I get like a whole body shiver, and that's just like a sign to me that it's like, okay, it's like ready. I don't know. It's like a really weird thing to describe. I have no idea how it works, to be honest.
that's okay. I don't know how any of this works either. And I think the way we find out is we just keep talking to each other, right? So I do know that if you ask me, Alexi probably knows a little more about how the woo works than any of us. You want to talk about a little bit of this woo, Lexi?
Well, there's a lot of woo, but I was just gonna say about the synchronicities. Like, that's how I met you, Shane, was through synchronicities. Like, I was working. I've always started my own companies and kind of just like made my own work. And so when in the beginning of 2020, I was still doing construction, meaning I was installing windows and doors, like 3,000 doors and windows at a time. But in the beginning of 2021, I started having some pretty intense visions and dreams again. And so basically, I wrote a book, which I had been waiting to write for a long time because it wasn't the right time. And it was called The Liquid Light State Universe. So then I write that book, and it led straight into another one, which led straight into another one. Point being is that now I'm at construction, like doing all this work, and I'm trying to explain all these different concepts to like my work buddies. We're installing windows and doors, and Lou Elizondo gets out there and he starts saying like, we don't know anything, like we have no idea where this stuff is coming from, and like my buddies, they've heard it all, like they've heard me say all this stuff. And so I made a video for Lou Elizondo. I said, Lou Elizondo, here is your answer. YouTube video. It ends up getting like thousands of views. And then Artisan Tony started doing podcasts with me, literally connects me to Lou Elizondo in person. Like we had a podcast together, and then basically connected me to Chris Lato, which then Chris is like, I want to launch a hot air a space balloon. And I was like, well, I launched a space balloon in 2008. I can launch your space balloon. So he flies me or pays for my trip to Vernal basically, and I launched a balloon out there, and that's how I met Shane. So it's like for me, this entire event has come from synchronicities, and it continues to be that way. Like it's always been a synchronistic action that leads to the next one, and it's hard to let go of like our days, right, and to actually truly follow a synchronicity all the way to the end. But if you're in a, if you've freed yourself up, then you can. So, I mean, as far as that, I think the synchronicities are guiding all of humanity, because I was synchronized to Artisan, I was synchronized to Lou, I was synchronized to Abby, Kurt Jaimungal even came up in there because he like did interviews with Artisan and Chris at the same time. It's been like a synchronicity bringing all of humanity, all of those, you could say, popular heads in quotes, right? All the people that are leading the disclosure movement, bringing them together through a series of synchronicities. And that's what I find the most fascinating, is like the bigger picture of it all, right? And so how is that guiding humanity is a good question. Like what is happening there? I think we're being guided towards an understanding of, different dimensions. Easiest way for me to explain it. And so that's why my book, after all this, it goes into the fifth dimension. It goes into the physics of love. I just wrote mine. And, it seems to all be highly, highly related.
Yeah, I mean, I've had this Twitter account since like 2015, and I never used it until like a few months ago, maybe at the end of like April. And like before that, like a couple months prior, I actually had a dream about like being on Twitter. And I remember waking up being like, oh, that was like dumb because like I don't even use my Twitter. And then I like started using it, and I just met all you cool people. So that's awesome. It's a great synchronicity for me.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I originally started my Twitter when I first started my skateboard work and innovation work, but like I never had a traction there. So I basically just completely stopped doing Twitter. Like you'll see if you look at my feed, it starts in like 2010 maybe, and then like there's nothing for like 7 years or so, 8 years. And then I jump back on, and and it seems to be like where people are connecting in the social media world. Like I was on a couple Facebook groups, but like there was never ever any really like true interaction and true exploration. I feel like here in the Twitter spaces, there's people that are actually like genuinely curious about this kind of stuff, and like smart people too, like saying all kinds of stuff. So I think I personally just enjoy listening. Like earlier, Open was on, and I can't speak about implants. I've got no knowledge of implants, and to me, it sounds a little silly, but it might be the case. A lot of people talk about it. So that's where we need to remain objective as well. I'll listen to everything. So I think the spaces are great. In short, there you go.
I'm with you on that, Alexi, and I'll tell you this as an overview of synchronicity. So I can talk about it. When I say my experience is negative, I don't mean that per se the UAP. It's just in someone in my situation, it'd be one thing to be a 40-something-year-old man who has an experience, but when you're a 40-something-year man who survived, let's say, mental illness and all that I did, it was just a burden, right? So it was a lot. And then here I bitched for so long about it, and I was actually just telling somebody on Twitter the other day, dude, my best friends are from UFO Twitter. The people that I talk to most that I enjoy are from here, right? Family used to always tell me, because I was losing my mind, it was like battling the world on my own, because I right before the pandemic, I had left the Wounded Warrior for the first time. So friends, or last time, friends, all that kind of stuff was stuff that I was missing. And this started happening. So people like to bitch about UFO Twitter, but I will tell you all the other social media, which I kind of just started. It's not like here. I found answers. I found some people who had experiences, which made me feel I was super isolated for a long time. I talked to no one, did nothing. It was bad. And hell, just being in these spaces and hosting these spaces, you wouldn't believe how cathartic this is. I mean, if I didn't do them, I don't think I would talk. I probably wouldn't have a voice anymore. I'd be beside my family, and they'd probably strangle me, right? Because as we know, this subject can go on and on and on, right? So go ahead, Jackson. You got something to say? Oh, sorry. I thought you had your hand up.
Oh no, I was just going hard on the emoji reactions.
Just going hard on the love emoji. I appreciate that, Jackson.
Yeah.
I love you too, bro.
I got it off though. I gotta go to another space, but I love all you guys,
Take it easy, buddy.
guys and girls. I say guys because I'm from Oklahoma, and yeah,
We're at in Oklahoma.
Tulsa.
Right on. That's not a bad spot. At least it's not Altus.
Yeah, we
Right?
actually, I think we have or one of my oh gosh, so my mom has half sisters, and one of their sons was a pilot out of Altus back in like the 60s, I believe.
Oh, right on. Yeah, there's right now. Well, when I was there, it was actually a training base, so it looked like the Indy 500, C-130, C5s, and KC-135 doing monster circles 24 hours a day, right? So I actually have a daughter there. So, let me see. Hey, we got is that? I just saw him. Is that Frank? What's up, Frank? We got Frank Milburn in here. You don't get it if you don't know who that is. He's an OG in the science and UAP community. Give him a follow. Alexi. Give him a follow. He's run Lucer's Lab. Go to YouTube. We got Vinny in here. Jared. We got a lot of people who run spaces. So if you get a chance, give them follows. Hit that bell, and you guys make sure you get in these spaces. Let me ask you guys one question. As far as cases go, UAP cases, do any of you have one that rings true to you? Like the first thing that pops to mind if someone says, hey, blah, 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 that just makes you feel like your experience, or one that just resonates with you? I'd like to hear it. Either put it in the thread or just raise your hand. And I'll tell you mine to start, okay? Ezekiel. When Ezekiel saw the wheel, that's what I always think of. One of my very first experiences was a pulsating orb that was moving, then it stopped. And it looked like a wheel within a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. And all I could think was Ezekiel, right? And I thought, how ridiculous. This is weird. And I always bring that up, people, if they ever ask about a case, because I would love to be there and see what he saw, because I think he saw a damn orb, a giant orb, like I think I see, I should say, But you guys have a case? Alexi, Nora?
Well, if we want to talk about old cases, Moses' story is very similar to Ezekiel's, where an entity comes out of a burning bush-like flame. And I find his story actually really interesting because he was like afraid of the so-called angel, and the angel was like telling him, hey, do this and this for me, I'll reward you with like a homeland for your people. And he was kind of like hesitant, but he was like, okay. And I just thought that one was like interesting. And then as far as like modern cases, I really like the Betty and Barney Hill case and like the Travis Walton case. I think Travis's case has a lot of interesting features, like how many days he was gone. And Betty and Barney's Hill case is interesting because Ben Hansen did a recent analysis of her dress where they had like the alleged probing come through, and there was like some weird DNA liquid on there that only like comes out if like the inside of your stomach. So those two cases are really peculiar for me.
Thank you,
Right
Nora.
on. I just want to say,
Alexi.
no, I've got a funny one. So if we're talking ancient stuff here, Moses, okay, like the parting of the sea. So clearly the ocean hasn't parted for me. Let me just put it that way real quick. What I'm more saying is like the synchronicities allowing the universe to open up for you to achieve a goal or a success of some sort. So like the parting of friction in a way, like to where the easiest path aligns itself naturally, right? That seems to be something that happens all the time, where it's like, oh man, how am I going to cross that ocean? And then all of a sudden it parts for you and you're able to walk through it, no problem. But it has to do with like walking that line and trusting. So it's like, about my needs, they need not be, for when I walk my line, the universe provides for me,
Hey, appreciate that, Lexi. Hey, if you guys get a chance, like I said, hey, Lexi, put your info in the thread. It's a little harder for me right now. I'm hosting, unless you want to host, and I'll do it. But appreciate you getting that input. A screen name, you want to go?
Hey y'all. Yeah, personally mine is Rendlesham, just because I saw stuff similar. But since we're talking about the ancient stuff, one of my favorite things to do is go back through the Bible and just basically compare all the like things people would consider fake or magic, as to like UFOs or UAPs. A lot of it's like an energy type weapon, or like we're talking Moses. Even when the plagues, and then the spirit went through the town and like killed the firstborns that didn't have the door marked with the lamb's blood, which is supposedly contains a lot of iron or whatever. And so it's just a lot of similarities that I keep seeing.
Thank you for that screen name, and I have to agree with that. I will tell you this: sometimes, just say from my military background, what it kind of gets me is the way it almost feels like we're being probed for an assault. Don't everybody get scared, but just my military background. Valder, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
I want to hear more about the encounter you had, Mr. Shane. I have an interesting, similar encounter that we may have to talk further on in the future about the wheels within wheels.
Okay, what would you like to hear?
How close were you to the object?
60 feet, maybe 60 to 100 feet.
Did you notice any specific colors or
Yeah,
images?
actually, well, the colors are what I really noticed. So it, like I said, it looked like wheels within wheels. It was a pulsating. When I say pulsating, it was some of the brightest colors that I've ever seen. It'd go from red, green, blue, all this range of colors. And as it did that, you could clearly see on the inside different colors, and then inside that different colors. And that's usually the one that's like about within 60 to 100 feet. But that's the one that I always, it's going to sound crazy, but that thing is also the thing that like I'd step out my backyard and it's hovering above my head. That's the videos I always post. And there it is. And then it starts going, or I go to the mountains and me and my family are recording it and seeing it. So yeah, that experience, as I'm watching it, it would be like the colors I noticed the most: yellow, red, green, just bright, pulsing. And clearly it's 60 to 100 feet from me, not a goddamn aircraft, right? And then when it's done, what's it do? It doesn't drive or fly or go anywhere. Like, poof, it peters out. Poof, just gone, right? So yeah, go ahead and tell me about your experience.
Well, I don't think this is the space for that since we're talking specifically about UFOs and whatnot. But actually, if you'd like to DM me later, I'd like to tell you extensively about it, and I can relate it to your story.
I'll do that then, man.
Wonderful.
Let me send you a follow right now. All right, I'll send you a DM later.
Zelda.
Screen name?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I really like how you compare the wheel within wheel to Ezekiel or whatever. Because I don't know about y'all, but I get tired of hearing Eric Von Daniken talk about Ezekiel's wheel and that dumb wheel from NASA. Like that's supposed to be super advanced.
Good points, rename. Hey, back to Nora and you guys said freaking. Who did you say, Nora? I'm having a brain fart right now.
Oh, I was just gonna comment that I like Zaldor's voice. He sounds like a cop, like very authoritarian.
Moses is who you guys mentioned, correct? So check this out. I could see the burning bush thing you were talking about, Nora, because multiple times, this is one of the things that actually started me seeing stuff. I'd see what looked like about 1,000 feet up, someone lit a match, and it
You know
like
what's funny too?
flame.
It said the actual passage says like a burning bush, like not an actual burning bush.
Good point, Nora. But I'd watch this flame. It looked like someone lit a match all of a sudden, and about 1,000 feet up, there's a flame. And then when it goes up, I always say this, and it sounds weird. It moves like a tadpole, side to side, almost like if you dropped a feather, that type of shit, right? Back and forth. Most of the stuff I see, I always say it looks like a damn tadpole. So yeah, I can see how you see that. I've seen that shit too, right? Anybody
That
else?
makes sense because a lot of the pictures that I see, they always have a very like liquidy effect to it. Like not that it's like made out of water, but it's like I don't know, like maybe in between like elements or something.
Yeah, like a phase we don't quite understand, right? That's another reason I kind of go back to interdimensional. But I don't know. They could be. I waver. I always think I go back and forth between their us trying to either start or not finish an apocalypse or prevent apocalypse. With I think it's Michael Masters' book. Yeah, I jump between that and interdimensional. So I'm kind of all over the place. I've seen so much crap that I can't figure out what's going on. And you can imagine though, here I am worrying, dealing with my own mental health, and this shit's happening. The hardest part for me was I I spent my time, there wasn't a point in my life that I ever thought, oh man, I ain't going to make it, even as an addict on the streets, none of that. Dude, when I was dealing with this shit, there was a time I thought, I ain't going to make it. That's how intense this shit got.
You'll make it. You're fine. It's
Oh, I'm good now. I'm saying before I found UFO Twitter.
I know that was really motivational.
Yeah, before I even knew they were UFOs, you got to remember, for me, for the longest time, I thought humans were fucking with me. They were flying everywhere I was, and how ridiculous is that? So yeah, UFOs is a better option for me. Probe away, guys.
I just posted a video. It's called The Great Cattle Drive of Zenobia Peak, because we were talking about like the synchronicity that led me to Vernal, Utah, to Shane, where I met you, to where we launched the balloon. But like, so I went to go pick up the payload and I ended up flying like into Colorado from Utah into Dinosaur National Monument. And it's actually like a section that's privately owned land. And so you can't even go through there. But we didn't know that. My buddy and I were told the night before by someone who claimed to be a local to that area that there's ATV rentals all over the place along that drive. So as we're driving to the top of the mountain, it becomes super apparent there's no ATV rental coming up at all. We end up on the top of the mountain, like the roads are so rough we can't even keep moving. And my buddy's like, I'm gonna park my car here because it's pretty screwed. And so like I parked my truck in the road while he kind of backed up and just put it on the side of the road so it wouldn't block it. But my truck was still on the road. And while my truck is sitting there, I'm waiting for him to get his stuff together to put in my truck and to keep moving forward. We just hear ATVs coming up the trail towards us. And it ends up being the people that owned the land where the balloon landed, which was still like further down the road. And they just happened to be there because they were collecting their cattle. They were doing a cattle run. And so like while I'm sitting on the top of this mountain, I'm waiting there for like 2 to 3 hours. These cows come by and these people invite us back to their house and we hop on ATVs to go get the payload. But they wouldn't have been there any other time of the year, any other day. A day earlier, they wouldn't have been there. A day later, they wouldn't have been there. And that was our only way to recover the payload. So like the whole recovering the payload, it was the craziest event ever. I posted a video. It's the Great Cattle Drive of Zenobia Peak. You can hear me talking to like the 75-year-old rancher lady who owns the property. Very crazy. That's all I'm going to say. Synchronicities, man. It'll part the ocean for you.
Bro, I agree. I 100% agree. Like I said, so synchronicities. I think I posted a picture of a rock I found. Part of my experience, all of a sudden I became obsessed with minerals, and I knew how and where to find them, right? And then through synchronicity, I found Kevin Day, similar. Then I found Vernal, Utah, where miners used to say, if you see a UFO, mark that spot. So that's why I went to the UFO Disclosure Symposium. And not even knowing Skinwalker was there or Blind Frog Ranch or anything about anything, right? Then I meet you and Paul, and then like the series of synchronicities. Then I end up, friends with you guys, right? As well as Charlie Boy, who buries my patch and stuff on the property. Now this is a total, probably a jump, right? So I had stuff buried on property, and then probably about the same time I got back, that's when everything started, like the intensity of the shit got increasing, right? But it's like that across the board. I wonder if they're trying to, if it has something to do with the, I guess the state of Earth. I mean, shit, it ain't no secret that everything's burning down currently, and the intensity's going up as this shit goes up. What do you guys think of that? You think it has them tell us something?
I don't know, but I would love to hear from someone in the room who has like an opposing viewpoint on like synchronicity and just thinks like coincidences are just coincidences and aren't meaningful. Like I want to hear if they have like a view about all of this about it.
Okay, good point. I'd also like to hear that. And I'll tell you this. Here's a kind of opposing view. You can be convinced that something's synchronatic by an algorithm. Currently, I've felt it before. I'm sure you guys have, where you've talked about something or done something, and then you look at your phone and there's an ad, and you're like, wait, what the frick? I know I didn't even have my phone on me when that happened, right? So that's how far advanced. Anybody here want to discuss that? I'm on the board with the fact that synchronicities happen, so I need someone to come over here and say, nah, that's bullshit.
Well, that's man.
That's your phone listening to you.
So like your phone's always listening, right? And so you have targeted ads. So like I would say that's completely different. I would call it like man-made synchronicity. It's like when you're talking about like buying a car, like honestly, we can do a little experiment. We can chat about buying a car right now, just for like 5 minutes, and I guarantee you're gonna get an email about buying a car, or your next ad will be like some car sales or something like that. That's just like algorithms, and placed advertisement.
Yeah, I
Nope,
like pick up
I
my
agree.
husband's phone and I try to mess with the algorithm. I'll just like grab phone and go jewelry, jewelry, diamonds, 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 gold, gold.
No, I get all that, but I know Diane Pasulka talks about it in her book that they're artificial. It's called artificial synchronicities, and the only reason I broached that because like the other day on Twitter, that algorithm kind of messed up. I think I had posted it. It's like for you, and the top two stories were what to do when I have a heavy period, and then something else, and I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, so that's not a synchronicity I was too keen on.
Maybe it was telling you something.
It probably was. Go, baby, go.
Oh, my bad there. You asked for like an opposing view on the synchronicities. Just to offer one, just because why not? Uh, you know, people say 1 in a million chance of something happening, right? But there are so many human beings on Earth doing things all day, every day, that 1 in a million things happen all the time. We're approaching, they said, 7 billion people any day now. Technically, 1 in a billion things happen every day because there's so many people interacting in so many increasingly complex ways, and especially with the internet. Yeah, I think synchronicities could certainly be manufactured by certain groups here or there who may want to do that. Or
Well,
there could be
especially
like
when you
a.
want it too. Like if you're like looking
Well, can I
for a
just finish
certain
my
sign.
thought really quick, Nora, and
Sorry.
I'll get right back to you. Yeah, sorry about that. What was I saying? Yeah, and there could also be, higher dimensional beings who could also make these synchronicities, and probably this is what these other groups are trying to replicate. But sorry, there, Nora, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, I mean, so basically what you're saying is there's so many people on the planet anyway. Like, of course, there's going to be a synchron. Like playing the devil's advocate, right? You put a million monkeys in a room and you give them a typewriter, they'll write out Shakespeare. Like, maybe, yeah.
Good point, Alexi. Actually, according to the current theories we have, given enough time, infinity, that you're right. I actually think with time, and and they use that to explain. I can't remember right now. I love PBS Space Time. So I'm getting ready to post some videos. Lexi, can you host real quick?
Yeah, guys, welcome to joining Old Vets hashtag UAP Symposium. We are talking UAP, UFOs, paranormal, synchronicities at this time. We've got Nora, screen name, Xald, Baby Goat up here as speakers. And some awesome listeners. Jared, take me to your others, I believe. Chase, Elena, how you doing? Hi, I know Bruce, Sam, Frank, and I guess I'll just keep reading some names. I'm just kidding. But point being is, yeah, no, I mean we're just hanging out.
Alexi, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, totally. I was gonna start singing a song next. I don't know what to do.
Do you think there's a connection to UAPs and a possible afterlife?
Definitely. I think there's a huge connection. And the reason why I say that is because for me, right, we all have our own opinions of what's going on. I think it has everything to do with densities of creation. And when you think about psychedelic experiences and like just brain states, you could say that fast gamma is kind of a connection to the denser realm / afterlife realm, and then delta and theta you might be able to connect more to your ancestors. Um, yeah, I think there's a huge relationship there. Like the human body is only tuned to our now moment within our dimension, but like these UAP, in my opinion, are aligning us through these synchronicities to align to the greatest flows of our creation. Like being in that, you mentioned it earlier, Nora. Like you can have your faucet halfway open, or you can tighten it and loosen it. So I would kind of like relate that to how close you are to your zero, meaning like your existence without delusions. And I feel like the synchronicities are guiding us to that place of zero where that faucet is open and the energy is flowing through. But that means aligning yourself with the energy of your creation and the energy of your future. And so that's in alignment with all those realms: afterlife realm, pre-life realm, past lives, future lives. So I think there's a huge connection.
So do you think that only happens to like human living creatures, or you think it happens to animals too?
I've been thinking about that, right, for a while actually, and sometimes I wonder why the cow is so sacred. Um, that's all I can really say about that. I would say other animals have their level of sentience. Maybe cats think they're the greatest thing on the earth because, in their view, they own the earth. Humans do all the work for them. Same with dogs. So like, I think every animal, I guess, has their own level of awareness. I don't think that we're disconnected in that sense. I think we all, we're all connected to source. Whether or not they're as sentient as the human is a completely different thing. Yeah.
Right on.
I'm back. So
And we got
go ahead.
the Astral coming in. Astral's coming hot right now.
What's up, man?
Connecting.
I'll go ahead and maybe kind of put my 2 cents in with the afterlife question. Just because I'm a lot more on the side of parapsychology and psychic phenomenon for my research and knowledge, and I'm just kind of soaking up all of the UAP, UFO stuff right now. So, but in terms of the afterlife, I think if you look at near-death experience research and a lot of the testimonies, there are a lot of interactions with like entities and extraterrestrials that when they come back to, it sort of kind of gives them a new perspective on all of it. And so if you look at near-death experiences, and really out-of-body experiences are very similar as well, but I think if you dig into it, there really is a big connection into those really 3 things: near-death experiences, UAP experiences, and out-of-body experiences.
Yeah. Sorry, I was distracted reading some of the comments, but from what I heard, I think I totally agree, and I think other people are agreeing with that statement too.
I agree with it. That's for sure.
Well, it's funny.
So,
It's
Astral,
funny
let me
too
ask
that
you
you
this.
ask about the pets, because my sister, there are a lot of stories in out-of-body experiences where people essentially are like in their astral form, and they're able to interact with their pets who are also in their astral form. And my sister had her first like sleep paralysis last night and called me. So I think I was more excited than she was, but it freaked her out. But she said she was extremely scared during the sleep paralysis. And essentially, sleep paralysis, you wake up in your mind, you can't move your body. Some of the times there's a dark figure that's kind of pressing on you. In my opinion, it's sort of like your physical body being like, no, I don't want you to leave my body. And your astral form is feels natural. But what the one thing that she told me that kept her comfort was that her dog was kind of by her side, and she was able to pet the dog. And then when she woke up, her dog was asleep. So just in reading stories, I haven't personally experienced it with a pet in terms of an out-of-body experience, but I do think there is something to other animals and conscious beings around experiencing it as well.
Thank you for that, Astral. A question for the group in here. So, do you think everything is related? So, when we say phenomenon, right? A lot of times most people consider nuts and bolts or whatever. In my head, this literally after death, Bigfoot, everything is related, right? Because of does anyone else think that?
I think Screen had his hand before you went, Shane.
Oh, I'm an asshole, Screen. Go ahead, my brother.
No, I agree with you. I was just going to comment on the animal thing, but no, I agree with you. It seems like a lot of it's connected in different ways.
What do you got to say on the animal thing? I want to hear it.
Not a whole lot, but I'm weird. I like to look at things from weird angles. Like I said, it gives me an advantage or a leg up. All the animals that these cultures seem to like worship. I try to see if I can find like any similarities or anything like that, and all of them seem to have some like low key like something to do with like science or energy that we wouldn't really expect. like the cows, like when you in science, when you add milk to things, it changes the composition. Bees, honey is like super pure. It never goes bad. The jaguars, like the Aztecs and stuff, they trip on psychedelics. A lot of them have little things like that just people overlook.
I think that's been brought up in a couple podcasts that Lou has done. He's like, what's the connection to family, and even what's the connection to your pets? Like, because for me, like, we've been talking about synchronicity. Like, the way I got my cat right now was I bought a property in the woods here in Florida. I cleared it out. I moved a camper onto it, and I thought to myself, I want a cat. I think I'll get a cat. Within a month, like 3 different cats started coming around and like eating out of my garbage. But then, like, basically a month later, like more of a kitten style cat came up, and that one just started meowing at me like crazy. And now that's my cat. I've since moved away from the woods, and it was funny because I wanted to rent a home more in town because I was doing like bigger construction jobs. So I was like, all right, I don't want to drive an hour and a half to get to work every day. I'll just rent a home. And like basically, the house I ended up finding, and like I didn't even find it. My person helping me find a home found it, and basically it had a cat door on the back, and it had like a side yard for my camper. So like it was perfect, right? Like I got the cat out in the woods, came to this house. There's a cat door with a screened-in area, and yeah, for me it's been like, wow, I just keep going with this flow, you know. And then that's when I wrote those books that then took me to freaking Vernal, Utah, where I met Shane. I ended up on top of a mountain waiting for cows to come by.
Cowboy Alexi.
That's so cool.
City
That's so
slicker,
funny
there's
how
just
life
more.
works. It's like the law of attraction, ask and you shall receive.
Totally. And that's the most challenging thing, is having like a good subconscious ego, because I'm not saying we all are damaged, but we all go through traumatic experiences that kind of like ruin our confidence, right? And so that's why for me it always circles back to like confidence and insecurity, but like in a more biblical way, you could say faith first doubt, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know who is the author of it, but I remember reading a quote. It was like, I didn't ask anything out of life. I had never wanted anything, and all I got was nothing. So careful what you wish for. That's my hot take, and I'll talk to you guys later because I got a jet.
Thanks for joining, Nora.
Yeah, glad you're here, Nora. Appreciate it. Guys, I'm taking a commercial break real quick. Just want to point out, if you get a chance, follow Alexi, myself. You got several people in here. You got Frank Milburn. Holler.
Nora.
Patriot. Go.
Oh, I was going to do the shout out for Nora. She does the tarot card readings. She's done mine. So, get yours done. Send her a message.
One second, guys. I'm inviting somebody up here to talk.
Screen Name has his hand up. How you doing, Screen Name?
I was just going to mention one other thing with the animals. I've talked about it before. Like, a lot of people have these experiences when they're up on the mountain or whatever. You got to think you're still connected to ground on the mountain, but at a very high level. And a lot of times you'll see like they worship a couple animals, and then one will be like 4-legged, so it's very grounded. Then it'll be a 2-legged one, then a winged one, and then probably one with no legs or something like a snake. So I just think that's interesting. It's like different levels of grounding almost.
I find that interesting that you say that, actually, like super interesting. I don't have anything really valuable to say other than like when I trained to Kung Fu, we went through all the different animal styles, which I always thought was funny. But that seems to relate in a way, actually, now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more. I would have to like think about that before I could really say anything educated, though.
I got a question for the group in here. So I know that Frank's in here, but if you don't want to talk, Frank, you can post in the thread if you feel like it. I'm curious what hypothesis you think is most likely, Frank, for the phenomena. Is it time travelers, interdimensional? If you feel like posting in a thread or saying something, let me know. Anybody else have an opinion?
I think it's dimensional time travelers.
Damn. Like that, huh? You're just going to take it all and wrap it up into one? Okay, I see that.
Well, so what's the definition of another dimension?
True. Give it to us there. Like,
And also in my definition, what Chase said is exactly right. Like, the a different dimension is a different orbit within time. So like if you're in a denser environment, you're in a tighter orbit within time, which is a different dimension. If you're in a less dense creation, you're in a different orbit within time, which is another dimension. So like a dimension is our flow of time.
right on, Lexi. Okay, Frank, you up in here? Great.
Yeah, listen, guys. Hello. I'm just smoking a fag outside, not killing a gay bloke. Having a cigarette. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right, Frank.
Sorry, it's just my English accent. Yeah, my English vernacular. I'll be back in 5.
You're still, hey. All right, sir. We'll see you. So if you haven't got a chance, you need to follow Frank. Actually, go check out his Twitter page. You'll realize that he's an OG science on the UAP subject. You know what I'm saying? So he'll be back and he'll speak. Does anybody got anything they want to talk about right now until then? Taylor, welcome.
Hello. I was actually just looking up something super cool. I was reading about the angel hair phenomena with the UFOs. What do y'all think about that?
Oh, that's a good subject. Actually, too, what's her name? Linda, who's our resident MUFON. She actually did a really good article. I think if anybody doesn't have it, I'll try to find it, post it in there. Tell us about it, there.
Well, like with the UFO phenomena, there happens to be this weird substance left behind that kind of is like a spider web almost. But when people go up, so like they can go stretch it and it won't break. But if you go like touch it from the edge, it'll just evaporate. And some people most of the time the samples evaporate, and these samples have been seen with silver orbs, the flying saucers, many different types of UFOs. They've had the same phenomena called angel hair, and somebody was actually able to capture some. I think a couple different scientist groups. Maybe they handled it the right way where it didn't evaporate, and under a microscope it actually looks like an organism. It's like a living organism. They said it kind of resembles like coral, to where it's like this thing with 10 tentacles, but in some cases under the microscope they saw it just evaporate as well. And so I'm trying to look up right now like the DNA of these specific organisms.
Actually, that's a good point, Taylor. Thank you for that. Were you referring to, was it Nuremberg? I know they had an angel hair incident there. Was that one of the ones you were talking about? There's another place too. I can't even remember where it was. Was it when the 3 kids saw the Virgin Mary? What the heck's that called? I'm not a religious guy.
They have had a bunch of angel hair. I was just watching a video on YouTube taken recently of angel hair phenomena.
Right on. Do you know who? Somebody want to post Linda her Twitter in here, because she actually wrote an awesome article about angel hair. So you may want to check that out, Taylor. You know quite a bit about it too.
Yeah, I can go find her thing real quick.
Thank you for that, Chase. We got another speaker. Let me get Tracy up here. Okay, Taylor, let me ask you this question since you're just joining us. What's your favorite UFO case?
Okay, so my favorite UFO case, I would say Travis Walton, because in this particular case, we got to see the Nordic aliens working with the Greys. And we also got to see how the aliens control with their mind the craft, instead of like it's not really, it's like they're controlling it with their mind.
Right on. And I 100% agree with that. Like I said, they're so far advanced, and I often bring up, how do I know where to look, when to look, and just always know to look at that spot. The thing about the Travis, that case right there too, that gets me is it doesn't necessarily portray them as benevolent. You know what I mean? It's kind of you got to feel it for yourself type thing. That's what I always wonder about.
The Fire in the Sky movie was crazy, man.
It was nuts, wasn't it?
That scared me as a kid. But like when you hear him actually talk about it now, he's like, he thinks it was all an accident at this point. I don't know if you guys have heard him say that.
I could see that. I could see it be this is how, I don't know. Sometimes I think of it like we're just a giant cattle farm, right? And it's just like, oh, look what we got down here. One guy by himself. Let's grab him, right?
I could see that. Yeah.
I'm fortunate because I'm sure they've grabbed me multiple times. Like, this guy's special. Drop him back off.
A screen name?
Hey, sorry. Hopefully it doesn't sound too bad. I had to jump in the car. I'm wondering, like Taylor had mentioned, the Travis Walton case, how he saw a Nordic in there. Like I think in the Betty and Barney Hill, like Barney Hill mentioned that he saw Nordics and Nazis. How much of this stuff do you think, like, it seems like it kind of evolves with the culture, you know, like back in that time, like people were thinking Nazis very heavy. You know, these entities almost like change with the culture. Like it's manifesting in a way that people can discern it. What do y'all think about that?
I think
Yo,
there's
I'll speak on that, bro, because I actually took a class at Duke University Ollie program, which is like fucking classes for old people, but it was a UFO class, and it was taught by a guy named David Halperin. And what he was basically teaching was what you were just talking about, was how the phenomenon changed really from like decade to decade. So like from flying saucers to orbs, to mutilations, to crop circles, to out of body experiences and psychic phenomenon being involved. So and I think that's kind of where Jacques Vallée has gotten to where he is right now, because he's looking at it from a very high standpoint and saying it's not just like random. There's like a pattern going on with some of these experiences, and it's almost like something's like doing it as a whole, but there's all individual cases that are very specific. So yeah, I definitely think paying attention, and that's also why I think the UFO timeline that Chupacabra is getting out there is important too, so that people are able to visually see that and be like, and make those connections.
I think a really important clue too, along with that, is what was actually presented on the Tucker Carlson show by Dr. Gary Nolan, where he claimed, you know, they said that the people in the car took a photo of what they thought was this huge craft, but what it ended up being was the six-pointed star. Right? So like the photo was completely different than what they were actually seeing in their head. And so are they just making it something that they can understand? You know, like when the people see something they don't understand, they have to try to. So I don't know. I think it looks like it manifests to a way that helps people comprehend that they're actually seeing something, and it has to fit in with their belief systems. So I mean, maybe it's the same star-shaped object going everywhere, and everyone's just seeing it completely different. Is what I'm trying to say.
But
Good
my
point.
only thing with that would be like, we can all we all see the photo, we all kind of can understand that that's a star shape. I don't see. It almost feels like it's intentionally trying to cast like some sort of different shape in our heads or something. If that makes sense. Because
Maybe
I mean, we can see this star shape, and that makes it's not hard for us to comprehend that specifically.
Well, think about this. So, and just a heads up, guys, if Frank comes back, he's an old dude, so we need to make sure to let him speak. He doesn't know how to use the Twitters. I'm just messing around, Frank. Don't kill me. Anyway, if he comes back and I mute you guys, that's why.
Frank is back.
There's the old guy. Go ahead, Frank.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead and tell me. What do you think? I know you spoke about Michael Masters' book the other day. As far as hypothesis, what do you think is here? Interdimensional, ET? I want to hear your opinion.
Okay, for those who don't know me, I'm an old school army paratrooper, British, obviously, from my accent, and I was a defense intelligence officer. I also I served with special forces as an intelligence officer, and I flew quite a lot with the Royal Air Force, and I was exposed to the UAP phenomenon, flying with the Royal Air Force in the mid-90s. Okay, so I keep a very open mind about who they are and where or when they are from. I simply don't know. I do look at things, this is my own bias, I do look at things through the prism of sort of national security. Are they a threat? Are they not a threat? I would like to believe that they are not, but I believe that there are so many different kind of others described, both in terms of species and also in terms of craft, that one really has to keep an open mind and also take it on a very much on a case-by-case basis. And my favorite UAP case is the Tehran case, because I think it exemplifies how intelligences behind UAP inserted themselves into what was then a highly charged Cold War zone in on the border between Iran and the former Soviet Union, and craft, basically phantoms, which were sent to intercept them, lost communications, both VHF and also intercom. They tried to launch missiles at the UAP. They tried to intercept, and their weapon systems were shut down, but the avionics that were running the aircraft safely were not shut down. So I find that particularly intriguing, and I see that as a case of UAP having certainly an electronic warfare capability that is far surpasses anything that I've ever experienced for terrestrial forces.
What do you have? I know you have to know about the Italian case where it shot an energy weapon. Can you talk about that at all?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not an expert on that. I do know of a case where the Royal Air Force tried to intercept UAP, and they used both radar homing and also infrared homing missiles at close range, and then later closed to within a kilometer. And because the radar homing and the infrared missiles didn't function, would not leave the aircraft effectively, they were shut down. And the RAF aircraft tried to use the internal cannon in the aircraft, but the UAP completely outmaneuvered them. So, but I know they were definitely considered a threat.
Now, I know I kind of agree with you, it being, ex-Air Force, you being a Patriot brother like mine, that, it almost feels sometimes like we're being probed, and just the national security standpoint, you probably want to check, because I live near Hanford, and I'm seeing this shit, which is a nuclear site, right? So let me ask you this. Is there anything as far as the phenomenon? I know it seems so broad and wide. Do you think a lot of it's connected? And how do you feel, in your opinion, about the woo? I know you might be I don't know if you're a nuts and bolts guy, or if you think consciousness or some of that other stuff plays into it. I'd like to hear that, Frank.
I started off as a nuts and bolts guy. I don't consider myself a ufologist. I consider myself to be like a former intelligence officer who is, I'm a national security guy, geopolitics guy. I'm interested in the phenomena. I've been a lifelong experiencer. I have experienced many weird and wonderful things. I don't know how the various phenomena are connected, but I keep an open mind. So I don't know who they are, where they come from, when they come from, or what their motivations are. But I can say, with regards, for example, to nuclear weapons, as a former intelligence officer, I would say that, there would be no doubt if craft with, Chinese or Russian red stars were to appear over a British or an American, nuclear silo and shut down or initiated nukes, there would be no doubt that it would be considered a threat. So I see that kind of behavior as definitely some kind of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance effort on the part of intelligences behind UAP, and also an example of not just very advanced electronic warfare, but also kind of mind control as well. Because, I spoke to Robert Salas on a number of occasions, and he told me, he was at the Maelstrom in 1966, and he told me that that people were, influenced, both terrified by the UAP and also calmed by the UAP. So the intelligence behind UAP, they exert some kind of control over our emotional and psychological states.
I agree. Frank Taylor, do you have a question for Frank?
Yeah, well, that sounds like something very spiritual in nature to alter people's perception. But and people disagree with what the term spiritual means. But I was wondering if you knew about any history of the CIA trying to contact these beings, and some of the rituals that they perform to actually get in contact with them.
Me personally, no, but I've been approached by, look, I've got a very wide contact base, being ex-intelligence community myself. You kind of like, once you're intelligence, you're never really out of it. So I've got a lot of friends in, like, the American intelligence community, the British intelligence community. Certainly in the American sphere, there's a lot of people who are into remote viewing and also into the phenomena. I keep a very open mind. Some of them claim to have been in contact with different beings. I just, in my mind, I have a very hard time separating, like, the nuts and bolts, the physical, from kind of like, the spiritual and also kind of like the more malign aspects, like you see at Skinwalker, the kind of poltergeist activity. And again, at Skinwalker, you see that people's psychology and emotions were affected. Like I know Eric Davis. I know Eric Davis because we're both members of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, and I know Eric Davis. I know John Alexander. I know Hal Puthoff, and I know that they're all experiencers as well, and they've all been influenced by beyond what they learnt in school, beyond what they learnt in university. They have all been affected by experiences that defy science.
Yo, what's holding this back scientifically right now, dude? Like, I feel like it's sort of on the same plane as parapsychology research, where it's like stuck fucking 20 years ago and nobody can get an article in a scientifically recognized and respected journal. Like, there are no UAP or UFO articles or projects that are in scientific journals, so it's not even recognized as a science of study, even in universities in America. And I think nobody's paying attention to that. What's holding that back?
Taboo.
So is that a question for me?
Yeah, it's for you, Frank.
Well, actually, I don't think that's correct, because if you look at like the 38 defense intelligence reference documents that were produced by ORSAT for the Defense Intelligence Agency, clearly those were produced by a number of different academics at different academic institutions, from America to the United Kingdom.
No,
So,
I'm not talking about like unclassified stuff and stuff that comes out as people. I'm talking about the real scientific research of like the data into stuff. It feels like right now where we're at is everybody's on the sidelines waiting for like 5 fucking people who have access to this shit. And nobody's actively doing scientific research that proves that this shit is real. Like somebody like J.B. Rhine did at Duke University with psychic research. He brought it in and tested hundreds of thousands of people so that he had the data to be like, look, fucking telepathy is real. You got to pay attention to this. But nobody's doing that, it seems, for the UAP and UFO field.
I disagree with that. You only have to look at Dr. Travis Taylor at Skinwalker, right? And he was a former chief scientific advisor to the UAP task force. So I think that people like him, Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, and I'm very close with Colonel John Alexander. He certainly carried out his own research in the 1980s, and he also later worked for NIDS and was at Skinwalker. So I think that this research is being carried out, but I think some of it is very classified and will probably never see the light of day.
I agree, and I follow all those people. And honestly, the problem right now is that people are listening to Mick West instead of all of those people that you fucking named.
Hey, I don't.
Yeah, well, listen, I'd forget. Sorry, I just say I'd forget. Look, I personally on Twitter, what I love about Twitter is the ability to block. Okay, people like Jason Colavito, whatever his name is, Mick West. They're just like they're just like radio noise for me. I just block them out. I'm only interested in listening to intelligent people who have a genuine opinion and who are open-minded. It doesn't matter what your opinion is, so long as you are open-minded to the phenomena. I think to negate the existence of the phenomena is the height of stupidity, and also it is a it is a pure example of cognitive dissonance. It's probably because these people, including scientists like deGrasse, it's because they're very afraid, because at the end of the day, it's like, how can you explain a phenomena that is works around you, can exsanguinate cattle within 400 meters of a rancher, can kill dogs, and can move things around in your cupboard without you even realizing it. So I think that this is very, very scary for most people. Most people, I think by now, I'm talking about the general public, most people will have accepted that there is some kind of interaction going on, that UAP, most people probably think, it's like extraterrestrial, that we're being visited. But I think most people will not be able to get their head around the fact that there are, unseen entities, malign or benign, that operate around us, and we are completely powerless to affect them in any way.
That's a good point. Let me tell you this, the Astral, if you get a chance, you should look up NARCAP and Ted Rowe. They're doing some science. I know they submit papers. Kevin, is it Newth? Is one of them, and there's a whole bunch of them. Now they're starting to, Avi Loeb is another one. I know they're starting to submit papers, and everybody's starting to take it seriously. So Does anybody else have questions for Frank? Because if not, I got
No,
one
I
more
just
question.
want to say thank you, Frank, for those answers. And those are the direct questions that I'm looking to get and the answers that I wanted. So that was fucking awesome.
Sorry, guys, could I just say, I mean, I did write, I've written 2 peer-reviewed papers on UAP for the Begin Sadat Center for Strategic Studies, which is an affiliated think tank with, and I'm an affiliated researcher with the Begin Sadat Center. It's affiliated with Bar-Ilan University in Israel, which is Israel's second largest teaching university. You just go to Google, type in Frank Milburn with a C, and it'll be the first thing that comes up. And you'll see that academics are taking this seriously. Obviously, I did it through I did it through the prism of strategic studies, war studies, and national security. Okay.
It's funny you mentioned that, Frank, because that's what I was actually going to bring up, because I knew you had papers. So I was actually going to post them in the thread. You guys will find them in the thread. I'm getting ready to post them right now. Another question for you, Frank. Can you tell us about either your first experience or your most intense experience and what it means to you, if you feel comfortable?
Yeah, sure. It's nothing that I've ever talked about publicly before. I'm happy talking in a private group. I say I come from a family that's of experiences, and when I was young, when I was a young kid, my house was always
Frank,
full of people like.
Buddy. You know this is recorded,
Yeah.
right? I just want to make sure you're okay with that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that.
Okay. No problem, brother. I don't want you to do anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. I appreciate that. Thank you for that check. So I had it. My house was always full of people like Phyllis Schlemmer and kind of like mediums from around the world. My parents' experiences, especially like my mom, my grandma, and her husband, my granddad. So I had, kind of spiritual experiences when I was in my teens. That's when they started. Kind of like seeing like, like walls of flame, kind of burning bush type stuff. And then that kind of abated. And it's not something that I ever wanted. My grandmother and my grandfather and my mother were all seeing things like what you'd call ghosts. And I never ever aspired to have that kind of experience. And then when I was talking with Colonel John Alexander, this is 2020, I was interviewing him a lot, interviewing other people. We were talking about Skinwalker Ranch a lot. And then I had, in my home, I had several experiences with like poltergeist type activity. And I also saw outside my window something that you would call kind of like a predator. It looked like it had a, electro-optical camouflage. I experienced missing time. And I know this because I thought it was a dream. I went to sleep and I had the windows open because I've got like a beautiful mountain behind my house and I like seeing the moon at night. And in my dream, so-called dream, I got freaked out by this so-called entity. And I closed the shutters and the window. And then suddenly I woke up. It was 6 hours later and the windows and the shutters were closed. So I was sleepwalking and I had some kind of like, vivid dream or something happened to me.
Oh my gosh, Frank. 1 second, Taylor, then you're next. I'm going to say this since you said that. I've seen that predator thing. I've actually only told 2 or 3 people twice. Oh my goodness, dude. Taylor, go ahead.
Did you bring that up yesterday?
Yeah,
about that?
I did. Go ahead, Taylor.
Well, I just commend you for being honest about these entities, because there's a lot of the public that, is getting a false representation of what's going on, and a lot of people are being led astray. So first of all, Frank, I just wanted to seriously commend you because for the honesty of what's going on, and that's about it. Like, I don't believe they're coming from outer space necessarily, and there's not many people who are willing to admit that.
I don't either, but I felt with the prototype entity that I saw, I basically told it to fuck off, right? In my dream, I said, fuck off, because you're annoying me, and it went away. So I didn't feel like I was not empowered. I did feel threatened, but I felt like I had control of the situation. It was just weird that, I woke up 6 hours later and like, the windows were closed, whereas when I went to bed, everything was open.
Frank, let me ask you this. Was that moment spiritual or the opposite for you?
No, that moment, I definitely felt that like it was a physical presence, and that it was, technological. It wasn't like a spiritual experience. It was definitely technological. I'm pretty switched on. I was trained as a close protection operative. I worked in Iraq with, the State Department, with DoD. I worked with U.S. Army Special Forces on the ground. I've worked with, British Army Special Forces. I'm not given to flights of fancy. I have a very innate awareness of, what's going on around me. Known as, tactical awareness. So I'm not given to flights of fancy about these things.
I want to make a point off that too. One of the things that bothers me more than anything is you, Patriot, me, people who question, we're essentially observers, right? And then like Ryan Graves, Uncertain Vector, all these different people, they're like, well, they were confused. The whole purpose of our job is to pay attention. Otherwise you're dead. Am I right, Frank?
Yeah, absolutely. As a military operator, whether you're a pilot or your infantry on the ground or your intelligence officer, you are a professional observer, and the military are trained, to the highest level to be, perfect observers. That's why they train you on, the different types of aircraft that the enemy fly, fixed wing, rotary wing, the different. I remember when I was a young intelligence officer, I was initially green intelligence. They train you on exactly, every piece of Russian equipment so that you can identify by an aerial, whether it's a divisional anti-aircraft regiment, or whether it's a company level anti-aircraft unit. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Let me ask you this, since I got you here, bro. Rendlesham Forest. What can you talk about there, and what can you tell us as far as you know?
Look, I've only read about it. I've talked to Nick Pope about it, but what I would say is I believe it's very very pertinent. It was definitely a case of UAP scanning weapon storage areas at a nuclear base, which was well, it was a tactical air base, which was the largest conglomeration of American aircraft in Europe, which was in the UK at those two bases. And people suffered effects from coming in contact with UAP, whether it was a download or whether it was some kind of illness. So there's no doubt in my mind that it was absolutely true, and also that the British kind of abrogated responsibility, because the head of U.S. Air Force Europe effectively came over to the UK and he took over the investigation.
Do our governments, when I say our, because obviously we're cousins, brothers, whatever you want to say, do they take, because of the nuclear and because of what you were saying, them scanning us as a national security standpoint, right? Do they take it way more serious than they've let on, in your opinion?
Sorry, does who take it more seriously?
I should say our governments. How it's always been behind closed doors and they pretend this stuff hasn't happened. But with those nuke incidents and all that, do our governments actually take it way more seriously, let on? And in your opinion?
Oh, certainly they do, because those are those what Lou Elizondo would call your principal equities, right? Those are the jewels in the crown. So if somebody's sorry, excuse my language, if somebody's screwing with your nuclear capability, then that's a cause for serious concern.
Thank you, Frank. Taylor, go ahead. You got a question?
So I was going to ask, why do you think that they are messing with our nuclear capability? And have you heard of the phenomena of angel hair, of the substance left behind by UFOs?
I have heard of angel hair, and to me it seems very similar to what my grandmother used to do as a medium, where you would have like a seance and there would be some kind of ectoplasm which would emerge in the air. That seems to me to be something like very interconnected. I'm sorry, what was the first part of your question?
Yeah, so just real quick, the angel hair, I was actually just reading about that. I heard it was like biological organisms. Maybe you could speak on that. But I was asking, why do you think the aliens are messing with our nuclear craft, our nuclear power?
Well, I think there could be numerous explanations. I mean, I have delved into the future human hypothesis, and I don't know that this is true, but certainly people in the intelligence community and others that I've spoken to think it's true, that there is like a timeline war going on, that there are us effectively from the future, who are the Greys. And if you look at Dr. Michael Masters' book, he's professor of hominid, and the Greys are where we are, a couple of thousand years down the line. So they have developed after a cataclysm, and even though they've got major kind of neuropathy and physical and psychological damage, they want to come back to ensure that they exist. So they want a cataclysm to actually take place, whereas other future humans who exist shortly after the cataclysm and who still look like us, they want to come back to make sure that the cataclysm doesn't happen, because they don't want to exist in effectively, a permanent cold winter environment.
So have you heard of the angel hair being biological?
I haven't. I know very little about angel hair. But what I would say is, as a former intelligence officer, when I look at the activity of UAP over nuclear bases, USA, and in the former Soviet Union, to me it looks like ISAR. It looks like intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And also as well, it to me looks like a demonstration of force. It's like it's a projection of their capability. They are basically showing the humans. They're saying, we can shut down your nukes, we can start your nukes, and there's nothing that you can do about it. So even if you take the very liberal view, and liberal in small L, that they, whoever they are, and from wherever they're from, if they're here to help us, it's still a very unequal relationship, and not something that I'm very comfortable with.
I agree with you on that. I feel the exact same way. It's almost like they're saying, fuck around and find out, right? I know we just got Sean from Just My Videos up in here. Do you want to let them know, actually tell anybody about one of your papers? Would you like to talk about one of your papers? Because I know I've posted them in the thread.
I just jump off of it and I'll come back, yeah?
Yeah, go do your thing, Frank. We'll be here.
All right, mate.
We'll get questions going. Thanks, brother. Thanks for being here. Guys, if you get a chance, you need to follow Frank Milburn. Go check out his profile. He's like an OG. And at the Astral, when you brought that question up earlier, I was going to post him in his thread. I think I did, but he wrote a couple papers on the subject. And he's one of the people who takes the woo and the science seriously. Hardcore to find someone that does that.
Hell yeah, dude. I've been looking for a conversation to that, honestly, bro. So I appreciate Frank and having this space right now. I just feel like I've fucking gained a lot of knowledge right there.
Well, do me a favor. Start thinking of more questions, because he's a busy man. Usually he has to take a break either for phone calls and stuff like that, because he's still, part of the shit, right? So if you guys got questions for me, you can post them in the thread and at me or Alexi, and we'll ask him, or just raise your hand and we'll ask him a question. I mean, this guy is literally an OG on the topic, so while we got him in here, let's use that. And Taylor, I appreciate all your questions. This is awesome, guys. Oh, while I got you guys here, one thing. Can everybody get in that thread, start liking, retweeting, getting more people up in here and get this shit going? That way we can get more questions to him and start opening this door to knowledge. That's what I think.
Bro,
anybody got to talk?
Hey, how do I,
ahead,
with this new format in Spaces, how do you do that? There used to be like you tweet out it, but now I can't, like, how do you?
So you see the bottom right little purple box with the comment? Click on that, and you can just retweet Shane's thing instead of posting your own thing.
Gotcha.
And then also you can post comments down below, so you can ask questions and all that fun jazz. Make memes. I don't know.
Cool. Thanks.
Whatever.
Here's the cool thing. He's right. Chase is right. But here's how you get this shit working. The algorithm's easy to figure out and easy to do. Everyone that gets in that thread, just retweet, have your conversations, gifts. It doesn't matter. Just the more you do that, the more likes something in an hour, the more this actually a space trends, because spaces don't trend by just the amount of people in there, right? So it's not even about me. Let's get questions in here. Where we got Frank, Sean. I see you in here. You got any questions? Or are you busy right now? Just My Videos is in here. Jared, you got any questions? You better think of one.
No, but I was just really enjoying the conversation for reals. I've been enjoying it. Yeah, let's keep Frank going.
I can tell you this. I think I posted it in the thread, or I'm getting ready to. Man, I wish I had a thread helper right now. It's hard for me to do both. But Dr. Michael Masters, you get a chance to follow. Yep.
Hey,
Welcome,
Shane.
brother.
Sean.
So I don't have any questions just because I just popped in. I'm kind of late to the party, but right now I'm just listening.
He's not here yet anyway, brother.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. I'm early.
So go ahead and do your thing and think about questions if you have anything for him. But I'm glad you're here, bro.
I do have a
Oh,
question.
hey Shane.
Okay.
Did
Yeah.
I messaged Alien Protocols, buddy, and I think me, Jared, and just my videos are going to be hosting a space. I don't know, at some point. So if you guys can start thinking of some questions you might want to ask, or yeah, just ring them up. I don't know exactly what we're going to be doing but I think it'll be pretty cool. And then so yeah, just wanted to.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of questions like that. I just haven't got answered. So where do you answer those questions, and when are you going to be addressing them?
Well, I can address any questions now for me, but this is for Buddy. He so he has PSI abilities. Yeah, that's a lot to explain right now.
Yeah. So Buddy, basically, in a nutshell, Buddy is, he practices all forms of psi abilities. He's worked with very reputable 3-letter agencies, repeatable stuff, scientists, just constant stuff. He's one of the best at what he does. So it'll be great to get in a space with him.
Okay, so my first question is, what does he think about the Collins Elite determination of alien phenomena?
I'm not familiar
Chase,
with that.
Chase, make sure you remember that for Buddy. Let's stash that for Buddy.
Yeah. Also, is Alien Protocols also the one that was an actor on Gotham, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Yep.
so badass. I'm a nerd, so that's so cool to me, dude. I actually tweeted that. I said, dude, check me out with my batarangs. I can't even hit a target.
Yeah, he has like a really he does like the whole wheelhouse of psi, but he has like ridiculous remote viewing percentage. It's just insane. Great guy too. Sweetest guy you ever meet. Like super nice guy. That's what really counts. Great guy.
Wait, when are y'all having this space?
I'm
next
thinking
week sometime.
sometimes next week. We're gonna figure out a time when we can all kind of get together and yeah.
Hey, I'm going to post something real quick. So somebody take over. I want to post a couple things that we've been talking about. So this thread can keep active. You remember, guys, get in there and learn if you can. More people in here, more questions, more knowledge we get.
Dude, Shane's on fire. He's trying to he knows his shit.
Yeah, he's pretty much dethroned you as like the I don't know, like the liaison for spaces. He's pretty much like knocked you out, Chase. I hope you know that. You're still a great guy, but Shane's definitely took your spot.
How can I compete with Shane? Honestly, like that's not even fair.
Hello.
Hey Tracy, welcome.
Thank you. I just have a quick question because I'm a bit confused. I'm new to this subject, so please bear with me, okay? I just want to know, what is the correlation between the orbs and the Sasquatch? Is there one?
So if you guys don't mind, I don't know. The only thing that I know about that is there's an experiencer named Dorothy Izat, and according to her, she's pretty reputable. She says that there is a connection there. She's even mentioned that the Bigfoot will be on the ships sometimes, and she's even taken images of a weird hairy looking thing. I don't know Bigfoot. Someone else can probably jump in as far as Bigfoot and the topic in general, but that's somebody who is well regarded as, someone that's valid who did manage to bridge those two things together. That's as much as I know.
Find it
I can kind of jump in real
strange
quick.
that these orbs are around this tribe of people.
So there's a case that takes place in like 76, 78, right, in California. And in this case, these gentlemen, they go hunting, right, and they build this giant lean-to. And during this, what ends up happening is they start crazy stuff that starts happening. Orbs, paranormal, all this. But then they start hearing vocalizations, Bigfoot. Like the vocalizations, actually, you can go online and look it up. I'll have to try to find it and post it. They'll make the hair stand up on the back of your neck. They've actually had them figure out it's not English. They don't know what kind of animal it comes from. It almost sounds Indian,
I know,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm talking about?
What you're talking. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
I think they're related. I like to ask Frank that though too when he gets in here. If you want to ask him, that's fine. I'd like to ask him if he thinks that's related to what he thinks about Bigfoot. He's over in England.
Well,
so, but yeah,
you know,
I think
it's
orbs all
not
that.
Bigfoot, is it? It's Sasquatch. They're a tribe, aren't they?
I live in Washington State,
I
so
mean,
I believe.
nobody knows really. I personally think Bigfoot is an interdimensional being, but I have no evidence to base that on. That's what I think.
That's where I'm at. Same.
I don't
Yeah, just about something like that.
Orbs
Hey Tracy,
are always around.
one second, Tracy. We need to get to Taylor real quick, and then we'll get right back around, if that's all right.
That's okay. I don't mind. That's fine.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you very much for taking my
What's going
question.
on?
No, thank you. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anytime. Please stick around and feel free to ask
Thank
more
you.
questions. Taylor, what's on your mind?
Okay, so I have a question because y'all do a lot of UFO research, right? Okay, so it seems like y'all are super open, but and even like to these things being from the future, being from other planets, these things creating life. But anytime anybody poses a spiritual theory on aliens, it usually gets super shut down. Everybody gets super pissed off. Like they're like, "Shut the fuck up! That can't be right." And so I'm just wondering, why is that particular theory so just not accepted within the UFO community?
I don't know if that's true. Like on Twitter?
Example of what you're talking about.
Yeah, like who? Like where?
Like I've just been kicked out of spaces for stating my theory on it.
Oh,
and
wow. Well,
Okay,
those are
many
some really shitty spaces
You're right,
that
Taylor.
you're in.
And I can tell you this. 1 second, Sean, I'll let you go. I can tell you this. She's right. She has she kind of along the lines of, if you don't mind me speaking, Diane Pasolka. That's kind of where she falls with it, right? But it's weird. Everyone rages on her, but when she brings it up, it gets pretty out of hand sometimes, and I don't know why. But that's all I'm going to say on the subject. So I didn't mean
Is
to
it?
go ahead, Sean.
I'm being respectful here. Is it the way that you're presenting it? And I'm only asking that because the spaces that I've been in, a lot of people have overlap with the phenomenon. Like that's a common thing. I bet there's people right now that feel that way in the room. So I don't know if it was the people that were in that room that were hosting it. I don't know if it was you, respectfully, the way you were presenting it, because some people can be very forceful with their opinions. So I don't know if it was that, but none of the spaces I've been in, people have got kicked out. Everyone's pretty much allowed to speak. So.
Well,
yeah, I just wanted to say, I just did a 1.5-hour long show yesterday with Project Unity, and that was basically what I talked about the entire time, was like the spiritual connection to the UAP phenomenon. So certain rooms, right, might have their ways.
It's a dogma.
I'm trying to find the guy that kicked me out so I can tell y'all his name.
Well, you're saying
not that big a
spiritual
deal.
theory, like it's hard to if you're trying to explain it, you're going against the grain there. If you're making a connection to, you're going to be able to present it a lot more. It's going to be more receptive. Like when people try to get their theories of what this whole thing is, I think that's when really you turn kind of people off. When you make the connections that are going on and sort of the have people then curious and do the research, that's where I think the common ground starts.
Well, for example, Frank said that his theory is that they come from the future, and nobody gets defensive at that. Like that's his theory, the grays from the future. Now, why is it wrong for somebody else to present their theory?
It's not. Let me just say this, Taylor. So what I'm trying to say is, sometimes you're going to find people with dogmas, right? I'm glad you're in here. I valued what you're saying. It may be so far different than me, but that's okay. Let's just don't even look him up. Who gives a shit? Let's just keep moving on, right? Let's get this knowledge dropping, and I'm appreciating you here. So go ahead, Logan. What do you got?
No, yeah, I think sorry, switch it up. I think Taylor is I think maybe it's just her presentation, or she's just like a hard on for Freemasons. I don't know. I think yeah, it's
more the opposite of a hard on. Like whatever's you fucking hate them. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
take a breath.
think
Stop. So that's kind of a bit of a personal thing. Let's not do that. If we got questions about how we
We
illusion
love
ourselves, let's do that. So
everyone.
I was just kind of joking along with his narrative.
Okay. But I was kind of projecting that at Logan saying that stuff. That was a little bit of a personal thing, buddy. I know you probably didn't mean it like that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people
when
are
you
so
say
offended.
hard on.
Like, what do you mean hard on?
Plus, you should
Like
be a woman anyway, brother.
It's just what it's what you say. Like, maybe it's a California thing. It's what you say. Like when like somebody has it out for somebody, you say they have a hard on for them.
Okay, she's
Right?
assertive, just like every other man. Let's get over it, okay? So every one of us is like that as a guy.
Like Logan,
So let's just move on.
just as a cause for like a point, just if you're talking to a woman, just don't even like use. I know you didn't mean like that, but it skips over so much BS that's not necessary. I know what you meant by it, but it doesn't go to her. It kind of goes to her point, like what she was saying before. But hold on. I'm not. Let me get my full thought out, because I've never been in a room with Taylor, and I think that you have. So what you said about how she may approach certain things, that might be valid. Like, that's the crux of what you were saying. So if her delivery comes off in a certain way, then that is valid. I just wanted to point both those things out, and let's just move on. Whatever.
Yeah, let's move
Bro,
on.
that's
So,
I
all
haven't
way
even
too
like said what I
fucking-
want.
way
Hold on,
too
let me
fucking
just say it
serious.
real quick.
Bro,
No, I was
Frank
just
is
saying
back.
that the
Topic that's
presentation
on topic,
and
right?
like that's probably one thing. So
hold on,
yeah.
guys. Frank back. So, are you back, Frank?
Yes, I'm back.
Thank God for saving us. Okay, hold on. I got a question for you. So, Frank, someone actually had made a comment and it just made me want to breach. What do you think about the whole aspect of Sasquatch? Is it real? Is it part of this whole phenomena? What do you think? I know you don't have.
And how is it connected to orbs?
Look, I don't claim to be an expert on Sasquatch by any means. In fact, I don't claim to be an expert on any aspect of the phenomena in general. And I would just, as a caveat, say I would be deeply suspicious of anyone who so claims. Okay, so I don't know. I think Sasquatch is compelling. Yes, there could be some kind of hominid evolution, some kind of offshoot of early man that is still extant in wild and wooded areas. There's lots of legends from North America and going long back before colonization of America amongst the indigenous population, and also in places like Tibet. But I'll be honest, I'm not an expert on it, so I can't really speak to it.
Okay, here's a good question someone had, and it may relate to me actually. So, you're a lifelong experiencer. I'm relatively new as an experiencer. What do you think, in your opinion, could experiencers do to gather more pertinent data for the right people? Or is there really nothing we can do but take video, and there's no one you can really tell? Because if you talk to MUFON and stuff, your videos are their property. They can make money off them. That's not a thing I'm really a big fan of.
Sorry, is that a question for me?
Yeah, of course, Frank. It was a question for you.
I don't know, mate. I think that experiences are deeply personal, and this is the first time I've actually talked kind of publicly, I suppose, but even in a closed group, about my experiences. And I think most people are very reticent to come forward about it because they might be considered, kooks or cretins or whatever. But I think that there's, far too many people who've had experiences, good or bad. I mean, if you look at kind of like, I don't know, the basic division, if you're an experiencer, maybe that means that you've had some kind of positive experience. If you classify yourself as an abductee, then that means that you've had a malign experience. But how many hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people, in the last, say, 2 decades, have claimed to have these experiences or abductions? And if you go back, back to antiquity, how many people have claimed to have communed with, fairies or, those from like the netherworld? So I don't think I think it's something that you can't prove. I think it's going to be very difficult to prove a video of it, or somebody can capture it in some way with sensors. That's what I believe. It's very subjective.
I agree. I think it's personal as well on that whole subject. Now, as far as Frank, and I guess all your years of, did you continue to have experiences while you were serving, or did it dull down because you were paying attention to other things? I'm curious about that. You guys hear me?
Meow.
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Oh, he may have disconnected. So I'll wait till he gets back. Frank, you still there? Holler when you get back, brother. Anyway, so if you get a chance, go to follow Frank. He's actually.
Sorry, I'm here.
All right, brother. You probably had a phone call or something. So.
Can I just say
should your
thank you very
experiences
much to that
continue through your
speaker
service?
who just made a connection
Tracy.
between, you know, Sasquatch and orbs. Just say thank you very much. Thank you. That's all.
All right, Tracy. Frank, when you were serving, did you continue to have experiences? Did they intensify, or kind of because you had to pay attention to other stuff, they kind of lull and they come back after?
No, I didn't have any experiences per se. I think, you know, my brain was, I was kind of like hyper alert, hyper vigilant, because, you know, that's the job that you do. But I was certainly in contact with people, including Royal Air Force pilots, who had you know, close interactions with UAP, as I previously indicated. So I'm just, I find it very difficult to differentiate between the different aspects of the phenomena, whether it's, you know, you consider it as, you know, spiritual, whether it's like an experience with dead people. I've had experience with dead people. I've spoken with people after they've died, or whether it's, you know, something more technological. And I've had that kind of experience as well. I'm just trying to, in my head, I still can't pull all the threads together. It's just, it's kind of beyond me.
I'm the same way with mine. I always say that it's just so difficult for me. Chase, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. So, if you're in Britain, are you familiar at all with crop circles, and what do you think that is by chance?
I'm not I'm not an expert on crop circles, but I can tell you, one of my sources, who became a very dear friend of mine, Amy Eskridge, and you can look her up on the internet. She was a very, very talented scientist. Her father is a you know, highly commended NASA rocket propulsion engineer. You know, knows Hal Puthoff, Elizondo, all the, you know, Eric Davis, all the usual suspects. She talked to me for over a year consistently about time travel before her death, her untimely death, and she told me that she's an expert. She was an expert on you know, extracting energy from the ether, effectively free energy. She was an expert on UAP propulsion. She worked on you know, rocketry while she was still in school. She worked with DARPA and others, and, you know, obviously her family was NASA. And she told me that crop circles are not the hoax ones, but crop circles are basically the result of UAP extracting energy from the ether, and that's why it produces those kind of patterns. That's all I know.
Thank you, Frank. Was it Taylor or Sean?
It was me. I'll be real quick. I just wanted to ask Frank if this woman that you're referring to, was this the same woman that had a untimely death like this year?
That's correct.
Okay, because I asked because I remember I saw I forgot who it was, a scientist post about her. No information, but they said it was strange. I just wanted to see if that was the right person. Thank you.
Yeah, it was absolutely strange. It was a murder. It was not a suicide. And she was, you know, we were in contact pretty much every day. She became like a sister to me. We would drink, you know, she started as a source on UAP and an insider source because she'd worked on classified projects. And then it evolved to, we just sit together like on the internet, you know, on Zoom or whatever. Actually, no, we used Signal with a VPN because it was more secure. We just drink beer and, like, you know, shoot the shit. And she was telling me in the weeks leading up to her death, if I commit suicide, it's not suicide. You know, and also as well, I've done extensive experience in extensive investigations into the use of directed energy weapons by hostile state actors. And one of the reasons why she related to me is because I'm a former, you know, counterintelligence and security officer. And she told me from the start, she said, "You're one of the few people who can relate to me and who doesn't think that I'm crazy." And I said, no, I don't think you're crazy at all, Amy, because everything you're describing is, the modus operandi of a hostile state actor. Although I believe that she wasn't killed by Russians or Chinese, I believe that she was killed because her research was so advanced that it would put, a major American out of business.
Thank you for
And
that,
real
Frank.
quick, is it a specific organization? You don't have to say it, but is it a specific organization that you're talking about when you say that?
I'm talking about a major American aerospace and defense company that has the ability to hire basically people like me, people who've worked in intelligence, special operations, and who can shut down any kind of research that threatens their own advances or lack of advances, as the case may be.
Freaking wow.
Thank you.
Good question and good answer. Holy crap. Before you go, Taylor, let me say, if you guys get a chance, you guys need to follow Frank. I'm talking OG on that stuff. Also follow Sean, Just My Videos. He's an experiencer. I'm an experiencer. Frank's an experiencer. We got the Astral in here and Lexi. So, Taylor, go ahead now, please.
Wait, this wasn't my question, but what was her name? Amy what?
Amy Eskridge.
Okay. I remember seeing that, Frank. And
so I wanted to mention.
Taylor, 1 second, Taylor. 1 second. Oh. No, it's just for the thread. While I got him in here, I need everybody on the thread, like, retweet. I want people asking this guy questions. He doesn't have time like this to talk all the time. So while we got this guy in here, I mean, he's always busy on phone calls, man.
Okay. So, about the crop circles, it's interesting some of the symbolism that's in the crop circles. We all know how deep symbolism goes and, different geometric patterns. And it's interesting to see the crop circles like mimic those geometric patterns and what they are actually saying if you start to decode some of them. But my question was, do you think that there's an ability to conjure up UFOs with certain rituals? And what do you think that says about the phenomenon?
Question for me?
Yes. I was saying,
yeah,
do you
I
think that people have the ability to conjure them?
Yeah, I do. I think that the following of the occult and occult rituals, and I've dabbled myself with what you might call the right hand path of British spiritualism. As I said, when I was a youngster, I was exposed to all kinds of spiritualists and mediums in my house, and my parents actually packed me off for 6 weeks to study under 2 prominent British spiritualists. So I'm very open to that. And I believe that, yes, that you can conjure entities, or I'm not so sure about UFOs, but you can certainly conjure entities. And I believe that you can attract UAP. It's just the question is, do you want to attract them, and what kind of entity are you going to attract? And that's what concerns me.
Do you think that has anything to do with how, how we go into it? I guess the mood, or how you ask? Do you reckon? Wait, let me rephrase that. So CE5, I'm an experiencer. I've never done it. What do you think about people who kind of talk? Wait, and do you think that's a good idea?
I'd be very wary of it personally. I don't do it myself. Having been on the receiving end of kind of like weird poltergeist type activity, this is not anything that I've ever wanted for myself. As I said, my grandparents are mediums. My mom is very, very attuned. She's an abductee, although she calls herself an experiencer because she said it was very basic. But it's nothing that I've ever wanted to attract myself, and it's nothing that I would dabble in. And I am very wary of charlatans like, Stephen Greer, and also, certain people on UFO Twitter with big platforms who are claiming that, they can, attract orbs. I think it's basically bullshit, because real experiencers don't really want to talk about their experiences unless they are with other people who are willing to talk about their experiences. And I just want to say, actually, a big shout out to Old Vet, because, mate, like you, I'm a veteran. I also suffer PTSD. So big on you for highlighting that. And I think you understand that, especially, if you've got like, PTSD issues, you've got a lot of shit going on in your life, you don't really want to be attracting kind of like, anomalous poltergeists and other kind of crap into your life. I've been offered many times to be involved in a scientific program or this or that, and I've always said, no, thank you. I just don't want to attract that shit into my life.
But I feel like that's what the phenomenon is all about, is the experience with a UFO. I think that when you get down to it. So what are people really trying to get the information of? And I think mine is the experience itself of seeing a UFO. People want to go through that experience, but I'm getting the information that you are saying, kind of be wary of what is actually interacting or communicating, right?
Well, yeah, I am, mate. But you've got to understand. Like, I spent 6 years of my life in Iraq. I spent 6 months of my life in Northern Ireland doing counterterrorism. So I've got a very kind of like adverse, wary, perspective on anything that could, negatively affect me. Okay.
Thank you, Frank. Hey, make sure you let me know if you got to go. Okay, Luce, you're up. Go ahead, Alexi, and then Jackson.
Right on. Hey, Frank, I just wanted to say thank you for joining the space. Definitely appreciate your input. And one thing you guys were just talking about a second ago was how your friend basically had a company that got shut down in a malicious way somewhat. Are there other methods you could say that these bigger companies use to shut down the smaller companies as they come across these discoveries?
Well, yeah, her company wasn't shut down. She was shut down with directed energy weapons and ultimately murder.
Is that a typical method? I guess is what I'm getting at. Like, give the guy whoever in the company, just give him like a deep case of Havana syndrome. Now the company fades away.
I'll put it this way. I mean, I worked within the deepest, darkest reaches of British military intelligence, and nothing is off the books in terms of how you take on and take out your enemies. And the fact is that kind of in the effectively the post kind of 2011 world, there are a lot of former British, French, German, American special operators floating around, like including myself, and some of those will be attracted for mercenary reasons to work for companies, and because of their own experiences in combat, it's very hard. You've been in combat. It's very hard not to become jaded, and so not to become completely kind of like numbed to what you're being asked to do, right? So you have to have a very kind of strong moral compass.
Yeah, the reason I ask is I've been involved with a startup here in Florida that was doing great, had access to like 0-point energy type system, but then all of a sudden the owner basically starts not thinking straight, and it looks like he's a crazy man almost. It's like what happened? So I'm wondering, like, I guess can you do I guess Dr. Gary Nolan kind of like brought it up, like you can do brain scans and look for damage.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I just say I always vet very carefully anybody who wants to do business with me. I just had a couple of scammers recently who tried to approach me because they'd read my papers and they were like, "Oh, you're an expert on exotic propulsion." I'm like, "Actually, no, I'm not. I'm just like referencing people who are. I'm a non-scientist. I'm actually pretty fucking dumb when it comes to science and maths. I'm just a former Intel guy who talks to smarter people, right, and puts their ideas together." And I investigated the company, and it was a startup, and it didn't even have accounts registered yet. But yet these people were claiming to be officers of the company, and offering me basically a job and shares in the company. But they basically failed in their own due diligence to investigate the fact that I am a professional investigator, and this is what I do for clients. I check out companies, and I check out if things are too good to be true or not.
Very cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Jackson, go ahead.
Hey, Frank. I was wondering if maybe you could speak a little more about this. You kind of briefly mentioned a time battle or like a future. You were talking about the Greys being future us and coming back and competing with possibly someone else or a different, set of beings, like sort of conflict of interest type things for a potential future almost. I was wondering if you could talk any more about that.
Yeah, for sure. This is something that Amy Eskridge was heavily into. From Dr. Michael Masters, in that Dr. Michael Masters' hypothesis is that future humans are basically, anthropological and archaeological and sociological tourists coming back in time because they are interested in their past. Whereas the hypothesis of Amy Eskridge and other people I've talked to, both scientists and in the intelligence community, is that there actually, there are timeline wars currently occurring on multiple timelines. And I was also told that, prominent people whose names we all know and people that I'm in contact with are remote viewing the future continually to try to figure out what is the final outcome. And she also told me, and other people in the IC have told me, that basically before she died, she told me, you will be contacted by temporal agents. Okay, so far I have not been contacted by any temporal agent that I can identify. And what I've always said, and what I've said on podcasts, is that I believe completely that the people that I talk to about the future human hypothesis, about timeline wars, and about the intervention of temporal agents in our timeline and parallel timelines, I believe that they believe what they're talking about. Now, with Amy Eskridge and with other sources, they are what you'd call completely clean sources, like and all the sources that I've been in contact with, they all told me, things, more mundane things that could be corroborated, and everything that I was told was true and was validated by other sources. So all I can say is about the future human hypothesis, I have no proof whatsoever. Do I believe in it? I believe that the people that I was talking to believe in it.
Thank you for that. Alexi, or who was first? Alexi or Taylor?
I think I was next.
I think Taylor was first.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
and I'll
Taylor,
go
please.
after.
Okay, so that's a very interesting hypothesis, like the future human hypothesis. And that's something that I used to kind of ascribe to until I actually looked into the gray beings, like in their anatomy. And based on their anatomy, they can't eat, smell, talk. They don't have like digestive organs or any anywhere to excrete any reproductive organs. So it seems like these things are just kind of biological suits that entities are just using as a biological vessel to interact with in our dimension. What do you think about that?
Sorry, is that a question for me?
Yes.
I believe, I'm not so sure. Amy was a physicist, a biologist. She kind of explained to me how you might evolve and how supremely fucked up that you would be, both, physiologically, as a result of, permanent winter for 1,000 years after a nuclear cataclysm. So I keep a very open mind. I don't know. I don't have any proof.
Right. And so, like, if they were biological entities that were super evolved, that wouldn't give them the ability to walk through walls, though.
Well, it might do if they had the technology. And again, I keep an open mind. You're talking about potentially abductees being taken through walls. I mean, I find that quite credible. And if you read the work of Dr. Michael Masters, and I'm quite happy to post I did I think a 20 or 30 page report on finding on Dr. Michael Masters' hypotheses. Although I have to say that was I talked to Eric Davis about this, and he said that Dr. Mike, he said that Dr. David Jacobs, that's what I'm talking about. He said that Dr. David Jacobs was highly compromised by the end of his career. He was old, and his methods were unsound. But I find it very credible because there are numerous stories of abductions. Thousands, if not millions, of people have had similar abduction experiences. So I cannot discount what they're saying.
Yeah, I'm not discounting the abduction experiences. I'm just saying like there's an extent to evolution of biological entities. You know what I'm saying? But thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Taylor. Hey, go ahead, Alexi.
Frank, this is a question for you here. Definitely appreciate your responses. You were speaking about like a timeline type war situation. I'm curious, and I'm going to keep it as open as possible, meaning like a general question. Heard of something, or people talk about a converging timeline, like a convergent moment?
I haven't heard about a convergent moment, but I've heard multiple times about well, actually, yeah, I suppose I have. It's called a decision point or a focal point, but it's far too abstract for me to really understand.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Awesome. Frank, are you still good to answer, or do you need to go? Make sure you let me know, brother. I appreciate you being here, man.
I'm still here, mate. I'm still here. I'm still here, brother.
I have a question for Frank.
Go ahead, Sean.
So, Frank, what is your opinion or what you know on Rendlesham? Is there anything you can tell us? Is it bullshit? Is it a coincidence that it happened the same day as the Cash Landrum incident? Anything, your opinion, I think you tell on that would be great.
Absolutely gospel. I think you only have to look at like the testimonies of Colonel Charles Holt and others who were there. You're talking, combat security policemen of the U.S. Air Force. So they are highly trained witnesses. Basically you have to look at what they were trained to do, right? So they were trained to, in event of war with the Soviet Union, they were trained to, effect a response to any kind of spetsnaz, Russian special forces, an attack on the base. They were trained to recognize, enemy aircraft. So you're talking highly, highly credible and professional witnesses. So I don't think it's bullshit at all. I think it's highly credible.
All right, awesome. And so one of the most interesting things about that case to me was the ones and zeros, the later message that the gentleman got, right? When he touched the craft, and I forget exactly what it translated to allegedly, but I do remember there being something. It looked like there was a year that was referenced. It was really strange. It almost looked like a time travel thing. It's like something for humanity. I want to say 2000 something. Do you remember that part? And I mean, is that evidence of time travelers? Because I don't know how else to take that message. Like when I read it, sure, the could stand for anything. I mean, maybe it wasn't a year, but it seemed like it was possibly a year it was referencing.
The truth is, I don't know, mate. I think the download that I think you're talking about Jim Penniston, who actually touched the object, the small like triangular craft that landed in a clearing. Yeah, I think he got a download, and I think once they decoded like the ones and twos, it related to some kind of submerged object off the east coast of Ireland, in the North Sea, maybe some kind of like post-Diluvian island that was a remnant of Atlantis. I don't claim to be an expert on that, but
because I think there were coordinates given, I believe, and
that's what I believe. But I don't know, mate, because I haven't been there and I wasn't there on the ground. So anything that I say is just kind of like speculation.
Of course, thanks, man.
Okay, before Chase goes, let me ask you this, Frank. You just mentioned downloads. So how do you feel about those? Do you believe in those? And have you ever had one?
No, not since I left the military. No. I believe people may have had downloads. My family are friends like Phyllis Schlemmer. She claims to have downloads. I personally have never had a download. I keep them.
All right, thank you for answering that. Chase, go ahead, buddy. You're up.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take it to Just My's favorite picture, the Calvine UFO. I'm curious, kind of like, what are your thoughts on that? Is it human, or is it something we just found and we're able to actually fly? Or I just want your thoughts or opinions.
Sorry, is that for me?
It's all for you,
sorry.
No one in here is as important as you, brother.
Mate, I'm not important at all. I'm just
you are to me, brother.
I'm just trying to find out stuff as much as anybody else. About Calvine, I'm not an expert on that. I don't claim to be an expert, but I'm verging towards the hypothesis that it was an American technological craft, and I'm told that it was used over Belgium in like 1997 in the Belgian UFO wave. But my immediate question was, why would U.S. Air Force or contractor or whoever was responsible for the craft, why would they test it out over Belgium, where basically every fucker can see it, when you've got huge test ranges in the United States? It just doesn't compute.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because nobody's going to test it, a secret program where everyone can see it. So I get that. Go ahead, Jackson. You're up, brother.
Oh, I think. Yeah, Frank. If I could just, so I don't know how. I'm trying to condense this into like a pretty short thought, but from a national security or an international security perspective, a geopolitical security perspective, how connected, if at all, would you say any of this stuff is with, like, the larger economy, like politico socioeconomic issues we're all like kind of seeing right now? You know, do you think that is some of this connected, at least? Do you think?
Sorry, I didn't really understand the question.
Okay, yeah. So for
Do you mean, hold on, Jackson? Are you referring to, like, is there a global agenda that includes the UAP not a part of? Is that what you mean? Like some kind of, let's say the world governments don't want to let us in because X? Is that what you mean?
not necessarily. I have a master's in international studies, and I started a PhD in international relations at 26. So
And you're a veteran.
And I'm a veteran, yeah, too. I just think it seems to me that a lot of this stuff is connected, sort of like a house of cards, and that, like, to admit not everything is interconnected, and it seems like a couple of those cards are being pulled out from like the middle of the base right now. I'm just talking right now, and I'm just curious if you, from a like a 30,000 foot view of geopolitical state of the world right now, do you think this phenomena, supernatural, extraterrestrial, or otherwise, is connected to the? I mean, now that I'm saying that, it sounds like obvious, but
Like the New World Order.
yeah, not exact. I don't know. I'm not saying there is a new world order, but I mean, if everybody's in bed with everyone else making money and shaking hands, then, like, I wouldn't call that a new world.
Are you referring to like a three-body problem type thing? Like if we find out this stuff's real, the way that stuff's going to work? Or you want to think about it some more, Jackson?
I think, all right, hold on, Jackson, let me know. I'll shut up if this isn't what you're trying to say. I think what he means is the UAP issue. Is it possible that some of the big issues that we see on a global scale, that really this ties into some of those, and that's a part of the reason why we're seeing some of the things that we're seeing in some of those areas? Like since this is so and shit, you know what I mean? How deep does it permeate? Does it permeate to some of these other things? And are we seeing the result of that? I don't think he necessarily meant like New World Order in that sense. Just that this issue reaches these other issues in a certain way. Jackson, did I do okay?
No, yeah, that was right on. Thank you. I think I've got that brain fog from. This is my first time having COVID. I don't know how I got.
Oh, you're good, bro. I understood what you meant the first time around. It's all good, bro.
Thanks,
I got you back. I got you.
You there, Frank? Did you hear that question, or you need to repeat it?
Yeah, hi, sorry, my mic was off. I'll tell you, this is just my personal opinion, how I think it's the phenomenon is connected to what's going on the Earth right now. I believe that this is just my own personal opinion, okay? I don't claim to be an expert, but I believe that, there may be others who are sort of, antediluvial beings, maybe ultra-terrestrials living deep beneath the earth or deep in the ocean depths. Since for the last kind of 200 years, they've seen man move rapidly from the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution, to effectively the atomic revolution. And in 1940, the first time man used atomics against other man. So you're looking at a race, human beings I'm talking about, since 1945, that has very, very rapidly, within a space of 30 years, moved into space, has ability to produce fantastical weapons, and now is openly saying that we want to approximate the ability, the capabilities of 5 observers by 2050, right? According to Eric Davis in my first paper. So if I were, others, and if I were ultra-terrestrial, living in the oceans or living in the earth, I would view mankind, humankind, with deep suspicion, because you've already fucked up my environment, whether it's, deep earth or below the sea. I think 4,000 nuclear tests, surface, subsurface, subwater, since 1945. Human beings have an innate capability to, develop in warfare and to rapidly advance. If you look at the spending by the global military powers, it far surpasses what we spend basically on violence and on nuclear weapons and conventional military forces. Far surpasses what all the advanced economies of the world are spending on health betterment of mankind. So therefore, if you were an other, you would be viewing mankind with deep suspicion, because now humans are talking about going to Mars. So do you really want to have, these kind of like, monkeys with, advanced weaponry permeating all aspects of, certainly of, our own dimension, and possibly now, if you look at Skinwalker, on the cusp of, if we have not already, engaging in trans-dimensional travel and spreading basically our malign influence. Because my own personal view, I'm a soldier, I'm very proud I served my country, and I love Her Majesty the Queen, and I love Great Britain, and I love my American allies, I love my New Zealand, Canadian, and Australian allies, and I love my NATO allies. But basically, human beings are locusts, and we can't be trusted, because when to it, we destroy ourselves. We destroy ourselves with technology. We destroy ourselves with pogroms and with things like the Shoah, the Holocaust. We drop atom bombs on our own people, on humans, and we also, we basically factory farm animals and completely disregard the needs of other sentient species. So, are we really to be trusted going and expanding our environment? And I'm talking interdimensional as well as like interspace. Are we really to be trusted when we are advancing so rapidly and when we are so self-destructive?
The weaponization of space, right? On top of everything you're saying, I think that would be a huge thing for them. Sorry to jump in. I just wanted to throw that in. Well said, man. Well said.
Hey, Frank, I got to agree with you there, though. I love English brothers, Australian. I spent some time in Kyrgyzstan at Coalition Base right before I went to Pakistan, dude. Some of the best people. We had such a freaking good time. And here's a question before I move on to somebody else from me. So lately, geopolitically, have you seen the reports about Putin thinking about using the whole UAP topic to cause an event and blame it on that? And what do you think about that?
Is that a question for me?
Brother, you're the center of attention in this. I like it, but you
Yeah,
are.
no, mate. I haven't heard about UAP per se, but I think Putin's already made. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, Putin's already made. The threat to use tactical nuclear weapons now at the nuclear base in in Zaporizhia, which is Europe's biggest nuclear power plant. The Russians are basically hiding, rockets and artillery and munitions in and around the nuclear plant. And, the plant's already been hit, and they are shelling Ukrainian towns in the vicinity, and basically using that as nuclear blackmail, saying, there might be another Chernobyl. So I would say that the Russians are far more focused on that. If the Russians had advanced UAP technology, they'd already have won the war in Ukraine. Yeah. That's my assessment.
Well, no, I agree with you there. Well, here's what I meant. Like, I just saw a report that they were going to actually use the whole, because we're all discussing UAP, they were going to do something and blame it on UAP. Now, I saw this like CNN and one of those. I didn't know if you had heard about that. Anybody else?
Sounds like propaganda to me.
Yeah, that's what it was, essentially. I didn't know if Frank had heard. If you want to speak on it, he may not have. Because, Logan, if you got a question, go ahead. I'll go back to that. I'll post
Sorry, but guys, to me, that's just a stretch. I always try, I'm a national security analyst and geopolitical analyst, like first and foremost. So I always try and keep UAP firmly grounded, like in the real world.
I think I was next, but if y'all want to skip me, that's fine.
Yeah, I hadn't gone. I think, or was it my turn, or was Taylor?
No,
before me?
it was Taylor before you, and then you're next.
Okay.
Logan. Go ahead, Taylor.
Okay, so yeah, I've also heard about like a fake alien invasion coming up with CGI. So I guess that was my first. I have two questions. My first question was, do you think that the CIA is trying to put like a narrative, their own narrative, on this phenomena? And do you think there's the potential for there to be a faked alien invasion using CGI?
A fake invasion from CGI? No. I don't think the CIA is I know the CIA is the American agency behind, the current kind of like, soft disclosure. Do you guys really want to know what I think about, Mellon and Elizondo? I'm quite happy to talk about it. Tell me yes or no.
Please lay it out. Yes, sir.
Okay, so Elizondo and Mellon, and I'm in contact. I'm not in contact with Elizondo. I'm in contact with Chris Ridley. My theory is that Mellon and Elizondo, they don't want disclosure per se. They have used basically the UFO community and public opinion generally to push the UAP issue to Congress, because they're both American patriots and they believe that UAP are a national security threat, both in terms of, as Dr. Eric Davis said, and I wrote in my first paper, what happens if, the Tic Tacs decide to be hostile to us, and also to get ahead of adversaries like Russia and China. Okay, so if you go from that premise, everything that Mellon and Elizondo has done, right? It's basically Elizondo has said now that he wants to run for Congress. So my theory is that Elizondo and Mellon, they believe that for far too long, the different unacknowledged special access programs, and Eric Davis backs this up, have been operating independently of each other. There hasn't been any major breakthrough since the 1950s. Okay, so Elizondo and Mellon are pushing this narrative so that Congress takes control of these disparate, unacknowledged special access programs being run by American aerospace and defense contractors, so they can unite it under one roof, like the Manhattan Project in World War II to develop nukes, so that if one scientist and engineer, if they reach a stumbling block, then there is an overarching body, a program that can unite them with another scientist or another engineer, which is principally what Dr. Eric Davis said. He said, like, you're screwed if you can't talk. If you hit a problem, if you hit a bottleneck, you can't talk to somebody else because they're not cleared to talk about it. My theory is that Mellon and Elizondo is going to go to the Congress. He's going to be on numerous Senate committees, and he is going to want to take charge of all the oversight of special access programs and unacknowledged special access programs, because Elizondo and Mellon want America to get ahead of China and Russia, and also to be able to, by 2050, approximate the 5 observables in case the others behind UAP turn out to be hostile. That's my theory.
Holy crap, that's amazing.
My second
hold
question.
on, no, wait, Taylor. So to refresh for everybody else, right? So right now the way this works is everything's compartmentalized. So what I believe he is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that their goal instead of disclosure is more about getting rid of the compartmentalization, letting the science happen, bringing it all together so we can get ahead of China and Russia. Is that correct, Frank?
Yeah, look, they're not about disclosure to the American people or the rest of the world per se. I mean, look, I've got a counterintelligence background, right? So I kind of understand Elizondo because he's counterintelligence. So I understand his motives and his objectives. You've got to look at what they want to achieve, and you have to start with the premise that they are American patriots. So they view UAP as a threat, and they also view adversaries acquiring 5 observable technology as a threat. So their platform and their campaign has never been, even though Elizondo has said it's about, greater transparency for the American people, and that's all bullshit. It's about uniting the various special access programs and unacknowledged special access programs into a Manhattan Project. And I wrote about this in my second paper. It was called American Development of UAP Technology, a fait accompli. And Elizondo was openly talking about a Manhattan-style project to unite all the various projects.
Wow. You know what? As a patriot, I can see exactly what you're talking about, and I know where they come from. I don't blame them. It's about keeping us safe and stuff. But again, I never even thought about that, man. I appreciate that, Frank. Logan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, we can't say that Lou Elizondo fighting for transparency on this topic specifically is bullshit, because there's nobody that can claim to know his motivations.
Hold on.
We can't know his motivations.
I know. Just
he could want this because he's personally invested in it, right?
I know. He's not saying that. What he's saying is it's about, he's a patriot. I'm 100% with him. It's about keeping this country and us Americans safe. So I understand that, regardless of, he's not saying he's bullshit. He would do the same thing for his country. Am I right, Frank?
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm absolutely right on that. I'm just saying that Lou Elizondo has misled the UAP community, the UFO community, but for ultimately patriotic reasons, and so has Chris Mellon. And I'm completely in support of that.
But do you think he himself actually doesn't care about transparency personally, and he's just pretending to get this objective right? Or do you think he actually does want transparency personally because he has had contact experiences? So although as an agent, he really doesn't care about transparency, he realizes we need lies, but on this particular issue, he actually does want transparency.
Well, let's look at this. Let's look at it this way, right? If Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, and Dr. Eric Davis, right? If they were a nuclear submarine, reactor engineer, propulsion engineer, and sonar sensor engineer, right? Experts. Would you really expect them to tell you and the American public and the world at large about the latest American ballistic missile submarine or the latest American hunter-killer submarine? No, you wouldn't.
I agree. You got to have people. This is the one. Let me say this before we move on, if anybody's got questions. So, as Frank's a patriot, I'm a patriot. You've got to have people that are willing to do that kind of thing for their country, or there is no country. So it really bothers me when someone's doing their job. And so what he's trying to say, Logan, is it's not about necessarily transparency. What he's trying to say is it's about protecting us, this country of America. So right now, the way this UAP subject is approached scientifically, it's all just broken apart, right? So it's compartmentalized. So their sole goal is to bring it all together under an Atomic Energy Commission that's private, yet they're all working together to get this project working, right, Frank?
Yeah, that's exactly, I think, what you said. I'm cool with that. I think the issue is not that. I understand Frank's analogy, and I agree with that. I think, that being said, he wants to tell us as much as we can know without revealing sources and methods that would compromise, IP, right? So I think he wants to get us.
I'm much more cynical than that, guys. I'm much more cynical than that. I think Elizondo and Mellon have basically manipulated, public opinion because they want to pursue their own agenda. But I don't have a problem with that because I see the strategic long-term plan, and I'm totally on board with that. I mean, look, personally, I don't give a fuck about disclosure. I'll be really honest. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I've got questions that I want answered, but at the end of the day, I want America by 2050 to be able to approximate the 5 observables in case the Tic Tacs prove to be hostile. And I want, as a former intelligence officer in the Five Eyes, and Britain, America's most loyal ally, and I've served with Navy SEALs, Force Recon. I served with Special Forces, American Special Forces on the ground in Iraq. Americans are my brothers, right? And America, everything in the world hinges upon whether America is dominant by 2050 or not dominant by 2050.
I'll say this though,
Damn
too.
straight.
If I had to make the choices, I would do the same thing. It's not necessarily about you guys personally. It's literally about the continuation of America, our allies, things like that. Or there is no questions about UAP. Go ahead, Taylor. You got a question?
So whenever you say like he's putting his own agenda on it, what is that agenda in your opinion?
Sorry, is that a question for me?
Yes.
Yes, it's for you, Frank.
Yeah, the agenda is basically the whole campaign has been to engage the public and American Congress. And you can see in all the bills in the Defense Authorization Act, the Intelligence Authorization Acts, you can see through all the bills, and I've been talking to Chris Mellon throughout, this is the influence of Elizondo and Mellon. Why? Because there are twofold threats. One is the potential threat of UAP. So can we approximate the 5 observables? I say, America, the Western Alliance, because British aerospace and the Brits were dug in like Alabama ticks, right, with the Americans. And the other threat is, the threat of China or Russia, who both have UAP programs approximating, the 5 observables by 2050, and with stated objectives to basically overthrow America as the preeminent actor. America is the preeminent actor in the world. For better or for worse, whether you love America or hate America, America is the linchpin of the free world. America is the linchpin of the rules-based, international order. That is negotiation, rules, bargaining, treaties. Okay, Russia and China seek to overthrow that. So you have to get ahead of them in terms of the UAP technology.
Speaking of that, Frank, let me ask you this before I let Logan speak. So do you think, in your opinion, that China or Russia, whoever, is advanced, I guess, in front of the U.S. because of UAP at all? Because I know there's some hypersonic missile things that we seem to be a little bit behind in.
No, I think the Americans are not behind Russia and China in terms of hypersonics is like one weapon, right? I believe that America has, and Amy Eskridge told me this because she worked on these programs, that America has not 5 observable craft, but they have triangles, they have craft that can approximate some, at least 1 or 2 of the 5 observables, and I believe that they are ahead of the Russians and Chinese. But we need to keep it that way, right? Because I don't want to be a Uyghur Muslim or a Tibetan Buddhist in a Chinese concentration camp, right?
You know what? I can tell you this, that they're more advanced than we are, and there's a reason they're, let's say, especially the Air Force is fighting disclosure so much, besides keeping dark program. I think they've got shit that, so go ahead, Logan.
Sorry, listen, guys, just give me a minute. I'm going to switch phones because this one's running out of juice. I'm going to tune straight back in, okay?
All right. We'll be waiting, Frank. Thank you. Just hold on a second, Logan. Just hold that thought. What? Okay, guys, while you're in here, before we keep going, Frank will be right back. Do me a favor, get in that thread. Just retweet, get more people in here for questions, stuff like that. Whatever. If you guys got questions, I know we got let's see. Richard Budd in here, dude. I know you would have a good question. I know you're probably at work, don't want to talk. Alexi, you guys start thinking about stuff to ask him. So that was something I hadn't even thought about with as far as Elizondo and them. And I'm going to tell you, not saying it's whatever. Anyways, I'll say that I do the same, 100%. If that was my job, and there's quite a few other patriots I know you'd be pissed at me, but it's like as far as continuation of, and I think anybody would do the same for their country. I would hope so. So I hate to see the hate. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't think I still think that my point still stands. I understand what he was saying about the analogy. If he knew submarine technology, he would not be disclosing it. And the UAP topic is so big, so big. There's so many facets to it. There's so much more we could know without giving away how he built triangles or how he built Tic Tacs, you know, stuff like that.
But
So
I do
yeah,
agree
I
with you,
think
Logan. I do
yeah,
agree with you. But the
I
only thing
mean,
I'm saying is we should probably just, you know, whatever you want to think is somebody who's in intelligence and there's stuff like that. You just gotta listen. And again, it's up to you to decide. Because I agree with a lot of what you're saying. It's not about being malicious, regardless of what it is. I could see what he's saying as a fact that it's about we need to get that shit for someone else does, or there is no America. Do you not understand that? I don't think people do. With countries like, and I don't want to get in political, so we're not going any more after this. But
no,
China,
as I was saying, I agree
Russia,
with him.
if they get it first, we're gone. That's just the way that shit works. So I can understand that. I'm not saying that's the case. That's just his opinion on that, right? So
Well,
that was an
yeah,
awesome
yeah,
question,
yeah.
brother.
I think that's what I'm saying is also like my opinion. I don't care that if his thing is like they've been manipulating us this whole time, like Lou and Melon. I'm cool with that still because that still moves the ball forward. And when they're done manipulating, we can keep on moving the ball forward with or without them. They have the same goal we have for the moment, whether you know that ends at some point or not. It doesn't matter.
So what you're
I'm
saying
totally
is this,
down with
Logan.
it.
You're saying because both those goals align, you're cool with it. I agree, man. That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Chrissy, go ahead.
and
You
I'm
got a
American,
question?
so
1 second,
of course.
Logan. Yeah, of course, Logan. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Hi guys, I got in late and I'm driving in my car, so hopefully I don't cut out. But my question is for your guest or the top speaker that's speaking right now. What I want to know is, so how prevalent is reverse engineering? Of us who have seen stuff. Who's doing the reverse engineering? Who do we talk to? And he's probably not back yet, but that's all right. You know, and I don't know, maybe you already covered this. I don't know. Like I said, I just got in here about 20 minutes ago. So cool conversation though. But when he comes back, somebody ask him, okay, please?
Frank got rugged a couple minutes ago. He's changing his phone out.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, ask him when he comes back.
We'll make sure to ask him. You can stay in, and if he pops back in, he should pop back in here in a minute.
Okay, hold on. Sorry,
So
guys.
you
For some reason,
you're welcome
these
to
spaces,
ask him again yourself.
Yeah, when he gets back. Sorry. For some reason, these spaces kind of mess up sometimes. I just got kicked, so I don't know even what happened. But yeah, he'll be back in a second. So hold that question, please. Can you guys hear me, or am I just talking to myself like a lunatic?
Nope, I hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, you started that question and it just booted me out. And I said, you got to be shitting me. So he'll be right back in a second. Let me ask everybody get in that thread, retweet, like, whatever. Give me a follow, Alexi, Chase, any of these guys. We hold spaces, and sometimes people pop in that are pretty cool, and they say some pretty cool shit. I should say stuff. This is recorded, but yeah. Today, if you were just new, what's cool is we were fortunate enough that Frank actually, which he hasn't before, shared his experiences. He's been a lifelong experiencer. He was talking about it, so you may want to go back and rewind. We broached on many different topics. So when he gets back, we can have more questions. If you guys want, if you don't want to talk, please put the questions in the thread. Chase, are you still here?
I am still here, brother.
I need you to work that thread for me. And so basically, if there's questions in there, retweet, put them in the thing, and that way we can see them and let me know, okay? Or Lexi, one of you guys, and start atting people, that you may think may be interested in the conversation. There's quite a few people that aren't here that are usually in the spaces would love to ask Frank questions. So, podcasters, any of that type of stuff you think of. Thank you, brother.
Can I ask you a quick question? How did you meet him? Who is this guy?
Oh, Frank? So, well, here we go. You ready for this? So, again, a lot of people hate UFO Twitter. As an experiencer who almost lost his damn mind, UFO Twitter was a lifesaver. Actually, most of my friends are, veterans and stuff like that from UFO Twitter. The only people I communicate with, Richard Butt, Frank, it made me feel connected. These people have literally, I really thought I was going to lose my fucking mind. And it was Twitter that saved my goddamn life. Well, my family, Twitter, Wounded Warrior, that type of shit. But I'm not shitting you. The only people I talk to at all, besides my family, is from UFO Twitter. But I now text on here. So yeah, I met him on here. I'm one of the few people on Twitter that Yeah, I didn't give a shit. So I wasn't about being anonymous. So if you look at my profile, you'll see all my military stuff and all that. Just because, like, from 2010 to 18, I didn't exist, girl. So I thought it'd probably be pertinent to start one social media and make sure the world knew I existed if something happened to me. You know, I was kind of lost in PTSD and addiction. So that's how I met him. He suffered from PTSD, and we started talking. He's always been good to me. He's a kind guy too. So what do you got, Jackson?
I was just gonna. You kind of gave a shout out to Richard Budd. I just wanted to give a formal shout out to Dick Butt in the house.
Yeah,
He's the
me
he's
too.
the
I just did earlier. Dick Butt. Yep, another veteran. He's a good guy. Another one of my friends, people that helped bring my ass back from the brink. You know, for real. So many, actually.
I want to say I have defended as because that's his real name, and a lot of people don't know that. I have defended him vehemently, so a lot of people make fun of him.
You know what's super funny is when I went down to Vernal, and it's funny because he's not talking. He's probably in here listening to us talk about him. But everyone kept, because I'm friends, on Twitter, but they kept telling me that he was Lou. It was a puppet socket, for Lou. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure that's not the case, So, no, UFO Twitter kind of saved my life. Richard, Frank. I mean, there's so many, man. It's kind of cool to be connected and be able to talk to people about a subject, especially as an experiencer. If you know what I'm talking, I know Vinny, there's quite a few people in here that understand. You can't just go out there talking about, oh, Richard's coming at him. What you got, Richard? He'll be connecting in a second. You can't just tell this shit to anybody. So UFO Twitter Spaces have been a godsend, And no, I'm not paid by anybody yet. Holla, Twitter.
Hey, appreciate the shout out there, Shane and Jackson. Yeah, just confirming I'm not Lou Elizondo.
You're still a very intelligent and awesome dude, in my opinion. I mean that.
Oh, that wasn't a shook cut down saying he's not Lou. Yeah, no, him, Pliskin. They're big on this, right? And people don't get that UFO Twitter, regardless of what people think, UFO Twitter played a huge part.
I don't mean to cut him down either, but is he intelligent? I don't know. I mean, I've only heard him talk like sentences here or there. Has he been on a podcast or anything, or like
who are you talking
anything?
about? Are you talking about Richard Butt?
Sir Richard Butt?
Richard, you want to answer that?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just saying that no, I don't do podcasts or anything like that. That's not really something I'm too interested in.
And Logan, hey, what's that got to do with intelligence, man? I know plenty of dumbasses that do loads of podcasts, brother. So that doesn't mean
No, it doesn't have
me.
anything to do with podcasts. I just mean somewhere where like I would be like, oh, that's how he thinks, or this is how
Let me ask you this. Okay, that's a good point. But Frank kind of brought this up earlier too. Me as an experiencer, I spent like a year and a half, almost 2 years not telling anybody. It's not something do you get what I mean? You got to learn and find people that discuss and feel comfortable to discuss it with, right? So I kind of get some of that stuff, but damn, bro, you got to work on your delivery. You sound like you're attacking everybody when you ask a question.
You're right. But yeah, you're right.
You either need to get laid or some sleep because you angry.
Logan, quit attacking people, man. It's not what we do here.
Yeah, I need to get out of bed. So.
And I love you, Logan, so don't get me wrong. You hold good space and stuff like that, but you sound angry as hell, like someone pissed in your Cheerios, brother. Damn. I know we all have bad days. Trust me, I have usually five bad days and one good, and then right back to 5. But
Shane, dude, my ear is killing me right now. I don't know if it's these solar flares or what, but it just like...
Are you telling me because you need me to call the ambulance?
No, I'm just complaining.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I see what you're doing. You're making sure there's no dead time. I appreciate that. Well, everybody getting that down thread right down, like button. Hit me, follow, hit the subscribe. You like spaces. And then sometimes I hold them and we talk about actual UAPs. I try to keep it guided, try to keep it inside, no politics, stuff like that. I prefer to find answers to my questions as opposed to go to the high school bullshit. I don't care what everybody else does. It's not my problem, right? So do me a favor, retweet this. Let's get more people in here. We got people we can ask questions. We got Dick Button here. I just like saying Dick Button. Lexi, do you got anything right now? And do me a favor too, Lexi. Make sure you put your stuff in there. If you are a creator about this subject, feel free to put it in this tweet or down in the thread. The reason being, this is recorded. The thread goes with it. So anybody that comes here will be able to follow along. We'll be able to see what you put. You can talk, joke, whatever you want to do, but it goes along with it. So if you have a subject you want to talk about, put that in there right now too. And go ahead, Salvador.
On everyone. Hey, so I just wanted to say it's pretty awesome to have so many people who are veterans, military, prior military in here. It's, people, trying to talk to people in the military with this, about this topic is pretty difficult to do. But the fact that, you guys have, been there, done it, you guys are the old heads, I'm sure you guys were in, early Iraq, probably early Afghanistan. And thank you for your service. I mean, that's pretty, it's pretty awesome. Anytime I meet, some of the older fellows who've served, it's always pretty awesome to me. And especially with this topic, it's kind of amazing how there are parallels with, folks who have been involved in, within the intelligence community. And this is just, super interesting, and it's nice to see other people are interested in as well. I hope that sounded coherent, but yeah.
That was coherent, brother, and I appreciate it. And you want to hear something crazy? Is part of my synchronicity, some of the things that I look back on them, it's ridiculous. I got to my first active duty station September 9th, 2001. My first day of active duty was September 11th, 2001. I sat there and watched it happen on TV, and then next thing I know, I'm fast forwarded, and I still sit here and look back, and I'm like, a lot of my friends are veterans. Like, it's a UFO Twitter thing. I love veterans, but this experience has changed me so much. And if it wasn't for finding other veterans that experience stuff too, because it's tough for me to relay the fact that as a veteran, for some reason, it doesn't matter what else it is, I just relate to them automatic, right? That's part of what PTSD is sometimes. If you get a chance, you can check out a book by Sebastian Junger called Tribes. He's also the one that did, there's a movie, documentary, and it's pretty rough to watch for me, but he discusses the fact that PTSD is that disconnection from your brothers, those people you love, right? I struggled for a long time, but I found that on Twitter, and I found a lot of those guys. Shit, I'll start crying right now, so I need to stop that. So, anybody else got something to talk about? Because I don't want to talk about that.
No, Shane, I hear you too. I was gonna say too. So this is, I'll just be completely honest with my history that I was in the National Guard and I never saw combat. And part of me is ashamed to say that because anytime I meet an actual combat veteran, I feel like I was kind of in the background or something. Well, but anyways, but I still have PTSD from other experiences in my life, and I think that's what I'm hearing you say too. Is like those kinds of experiences can connect us to different kinds of people. Sure.
You know what? Thank you for saying that, Jackson. Let me make something very clear right now. PTSD mental health is something you check no matter what, right? What is combat? I'm going to tell you right now, I struggled for a long time because I didn't think I was a combat veteran. It took my doctor to say, dude, you got a medal, you got a outstanding unit for valor, which is indication of combat, because I'm Air Force. It was beating my head. What the hell do you do? I was only receiving fire, getting mortared at and shit like that. I never shot at anybody, so I didn't think it was in combat for a minute. So don't ever assume that because you didn't do something, your mental health. No, bro, you're a veteran. I love you. Thank you for that. I think Frank's back. People got their questions. Was it Chrissy? You had a question for Frank?
Yes. Hi, Frank. My question to you is, what is story about people who are experiencers or have seen these those UAPs. What is what do people do for reverse engineering? Is anyone interested in that kind of stuff as far as governments or businesses? Where do people go? What do they do with that? Is this even a thing? Thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay, Chrissy, I might overspoke because I invited him to speak as he joined up, and he's not quite here yet. When he does, I'll let you do it one more time. You're going to be awesome at that question, I promise. So you want to credit it all?
Let's just hope maybe you heard it.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. But Frank's just like he's an old dude, man. So he probably didn't know how to use a phone right now, right, Frank? But so my brother in here, Mike at Mind Escape, I'm a producer over there. I think I put his stuff in the thread down there, so go check it out if you want to support him. You want to support me. We talk awesome subjects. We like to hold spaces. We like to broach this subject, right? Matter of fact, again, space has been so cathartic for me. If you don't show up for my spaces, you're killing me. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So you better show up, or it's on you if something happens to me. So get down the thread. No. Anybody else want to speak? So I can stop for 1 second. Oh, Frank's speaking now. Can you hear me, Frank? Like I said,
You there, Frank?
Hold on.
Come in, Frank.
Like I said, he's hearing aids in. Isn't that right, Frank? He'd still whoop our asses, but we probably got to put those hearing aids in. Mike, you got anything you want to talk about? I know you got a show coming up here shortly. Who you got on it? So,
Dan.
Hello?
There's Mike. There you go. You want to tell us who you got coming up on your show, brother?
No, we're doing one tonight at like 10 p.m. or no, 11 p.m. Eastern time, 10 p.m. Central time. We got this guy Dan Freeman on. He's like an electrical engineer who's into the topic. I actually met him in a space, and we're talking about some similar stuff. So it should be interesting.
And if you get a chance, you need to go to Mike's playlist. It's insane. He's got so much content. He's working on a documentary that's going to be badass about Christopher Walford. I was allowed to say that. Did I just fuck up?
Wait. We have a trailer, bro. It's got everybody.
Wait.
Okay, cool. I was going to get fired before I even got started. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Hold the front door. Shut the front door. I wasn't even really paying attention. There's a documentary?
Tell him, Mike. Tell him about it. Get that shit going.
Yeah, we might change the title. We just started editing it pretty much. We're adding just a couple people, but yeah, it's called The Experiences from UAP to DMT, but we might change the title because of Saucer Co. So it's like if we wanted to make a t-shirt of our own documentary going forward, they would are they going to come after us? I don't know. So we might just change the title. But yeah, it's going to be, we got.
I muted you on accident. Mike, keep going. Damn it. Sorry about that.
We've got Dr. Rick Strassman, Dr. Andrew Gallimore, Dr. Gregory Little. We've got a lot of UAP experiencers. We've got other like psychologists, anthropologists. We've got, lots of credible people, also lots of experiencers, and then people that have had like weird psychedelic and mystical experiences and talk about their entities and things like that. And it's all centered around Chris Wolford's experience on a farm when he was younger, and we actually went out to location and got good footage and drone footage and all sorts of stuff. So it should be interesting.
It's gonna be exciting. I may actually have a little piece in it, But who's talking? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you.
Sorry, that was me. I'm just kind of freaking out because this is a synchronistic event for me because if you look at my Twitter, I started it in 2009 when I was in college, and then I stopped for a long time, and then I came back to UFO Twitter specifically like a year and a half ago, and Chris was one of the first people I just randomly started chatting with about the phenomena, and I don't know why me and him connected.
Yeah, Chris is a good guy. Look, yeah. He's into like the secrecy aspects. I don't really give a shit about any of that, but we still bond over a lot of stuff, and he likes my takes and I like his takes on things, and he's a good guy. We're both from the Detroit area, and yeah.
I guess I didn't know that you two knew each other, so first I'm learning about it. It makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's awesome. I want to see is Frank, can you hear us by chance?
Frank, are you there? Yeah, thank you, Jake.
Frank is back.
Okay,
Wonderful.
Chrissy, go ahead. This time, I promise you, he's here.
Okay. Hi, Frank. My name's Chrissy, and I'm from Wisconsin. And I have a question about that have seen UFOs, UAPs. I was just curious, what's going on with reverse engineering? Where do people go? Who do they talk to? Is there even interest out there in the government or private or reverse engineering what we have seen? Thank you so much for coming and joining us today.
Thanks very much, Chrissy. Listen, just before I say thanks to one of the previous speakers. He was saying I was U.S. National Guard and I didn't feel like I served. Mate, you did serve.
Frank, I muted you on accident. Please try again. I know what you're saying. Start over. Thank him again because I accidentally muted everybody. God, this Twitter setup sucks.
Yeah. Hi, sorry. Before I answer your question, Chrissy, I just want to say there was a previous. I was U.S. National Guard, but I didn't serve. Mate, you did serve. If you put on a uniform, you serve. You're prepared to serve your country. I respect you. I salute you. End of story. Okay, Chrissy, I don't know. I can only say what I'm told about crash retrievals. I have it on pretty good advice that the UK has affected at least once crash retrieval, and also occupants that the Americans and possibly the Brits have craft which may approximate 2 of the 5 observables, known observables, i.e. Instant acceleration and not transmedium travel, but instant. Sorry, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, hypersonic velocity and instant acceleration. Although if you talk to Dr. Jack Sarfati, who appeared prominently in my first 2 papers, he goes, it's not actually instant acceleration because the craft inside the the crew or the advanced autonomous AI inside the Tic Tac, they are not experiencing instant acceleration because they have a warp bubble around them. So they are basically moves very, very slowly, but to the outside viewer, we see the blue shift. So for us, it's moving very rapidly. For them, it's not moving fast at all. I don't know. The question that I ask myself is, if America has 5 observable craft or 2 observables, then why have they not, in war? That's the question that I have. Listen, I've just got to log off. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I've just got to talk to my missus, okay?
All right, Frank, we'll be waiting for you. We'll get going. Thank you for being here, brother. I love you. Thank you. So, guys, Logan, hold that thought. Alexi, hold that thought. Alexi, would you like to post? I know you posted in here. Would you like to tell everybody about your YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah, sure. I guess, hi, my name's Lucius. I've got, it's not like I don't do a podcast or anything like that, but I've written a series of books, and I have those all read word for word on my YouTube channel, as well as like other stuff like the balloon launch from UAP Society, just random stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much that.
Hey, I'm going to say this. Alexi doesn't give himself enough credit, Mike. It kind of makes me sad sometimes when I'm more excited about the shit they produce than themselves. I was promoting it because, again, they're part of the answers to my questions. I came here. If you're going to go down a certain path that someone tells you to, you're going to be lost. You need to figure this shit out for yourself if you're an experiencer. And today we were lucky because Frank actually shared his story about being an experiencer. I didn't even know any of that. And I've known Frank for a little bit. Get Vinny in here, another experiencer. Who else in here is an experiencer that they want to tell a story until we wait for Frank? Jared? No? My boy Jared's in here. You know him as well. He holds space bases with Toop. We all know Toop. Logan, you got something you want to say right now, or you want to wait for Frank, brother?
I'll just wait, but I'll say like I had like
Here.
an experience. Yeah, I had like
Okay.
a. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay,
ahead,
cool.
bud.
Yeah, I didn't really have like much of an experience. I never saw in like a real alien. I just like, I guess maybe I did. I don't know. I had there was like some being standing over me for like a minute, and then he was gone. That's all that happened, really.
Hey, it doesn't matter. It's all that would happen. I mean, sharing your experience. I tell you what. One of the reasons I'm here, because there's other experiencers, right? One of the toughest things for me to do. I know it's tough for everyone to speak on. I know Vinny can talk about this. Having some kind of a mental health past, right? But I also know there's other people suffering out there wondering what the hell's going on. So that's one of the reasons I speak about this type of stuff. So if you have something you want to talk about in here, this is a safe space. This is what we're doing. We're just discussing stuff. It's no big deal. Don't think anything you say is less than or anything like that. Like Frank said, and like I even say, it's almost like a personal type experience, right? That's why it's kind of difficult. Salvador, you got a question right now, or are you waiting?
No, I have an experience, but I appreciate that explanation you just gave. It's pretty awesome. These spaces are definitely I'm really enjoying them. I've participated in a few now, and I really like it. But so as far as my experience, I think I've told it on one with I forget her name. She was running the space, Nilo or something like that. I forget her name. But so this happened when I was a lot younger. This happened when I was about 14 or 15, maybe 13, 14. So it was nighttime, and I'm walking to one of my buddy's house, and I'm there with let's see, it was Eddie, Angelo, the twins, and Troy. So about 5 other dudes. We're walking up this road, and the road that we're walking on to get to my buddy's house, there's only a slight grade, right? Like it's not a steep hill by any means, just a slight grade. But for some reason, as we're walking, down the road, um, it starts feeling like we're going up this steep hill, and I look to my right and I'm like, hey guys, like, do you guys feel that? Like, what the hell is that? Like, why does it feel like we're going up a steep ass road? And my buddy, one of my buddies, I think it was Angelo, or I'm sorry, Eddie, he was like, I don't know, man. This does feel weird. And all of a sudden it plateaus. Um, but when it plateaus, we all sort of stop. And this is where, in a weird way, it almost becomes instinctual. Uh, we all stop, and we're in that plateau area. And all of a sudden I hear like a humming, like a low, like a, I don't know, like a like vibration hum, but you can feel it. It's like, you could feel the hum through your body almost. And we all looked up, and I'm looking at my butt. I'm able to see my through my brain. And we all like look up at the same time above this house, and there's this dark, thing. So it's nighttime. So um this dark thing is, it sort of blends in with the night sky. And the only way we were able to sort of like, you know, make make it out, make out here, was because of the lamppost, by the street. And it sort of caused like a glare almost. But it was like a flat black, but there's really like, it was pretty big, but I couldn't really describe to you like the size really, um, of what this thing was. And then all of a sudden, it disappears, right? It doesn't zoom off, it doesn't evaporate, it doesn't shrink down or anything. The way I describe it is, if you've ever used those old camcorders and you put a Coca-Cola bottle, on a table, you record, you pause, you remove that Coca-Cola bottle, you record, and then you play that back, it looks like it's just out of frame, out of scene, you know, without any trace. And so that's what happened. And after that's done, I'm looking up and I'm like, what in the fuck is happening? Like, what was that? And my buddies, like, and I saw them, you know, from my peripheral vision. You know, for dudes who are in the military, you know how it is when you're doing, you know, drill and ceremony, and you know, you do left face, right face. Well, that's what it seemed like. I mean, I had no concept of it, you know, when I was a teenager. But you know, yeah, like my buddies basically snap to, you know, for lack of better terms, snap to attention and do a right face like robots. And and then we continue to the house, and that's really, you know, we get to my buddy Angelo's house, we go to their basement and sort of hang out. The last thing I remember from that night is just sitting in a chair. But that's pretty much it. The one thing that I didn't mention in the last space I was in was I thought that I was going crazy. I'm not gonna lie, and I would explain this story to my family members, and they you know, they didn't really get it. And but you know, low key, you know, I was obsessed. I was obsessed since then. You know, obsessed with the subject. And you know, I try not to put my shit out there too much. I'm doing it now on purpose, but you know, back in the day, you know, I was, you know, kind of I guess. Anyway, so there I watched this one documentary, and you know, it was called my mom believes in. Can you guys hear me?
You cut out for a second there, but I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I had a phone call. But so I watched this documentary called "My Mom Believes in Aliens," and it's this dude, it's this guy from Australia who, his mom, I think she's on Twitter actually. Like, his mom goes around to talk to experiencers and everything like that, and her explanation is, you know, that she doesn't think that anyone believes, you know, these people, and she's trying to help them out, because she thinks it's important. And in that document, like, there's this one dude, and he has this story of when he was a little kid, and and you know, um, he was playing no, they were in a big field, you know, somewhere in Australia. They were in a big field. His family was like barbecuing or something, and he looks out into the field, and all of a sudden this thing comes up into the air, and then he sees all of them look at the same time, and then it's gone, and he almost describes it in the same way that I envision it, or that I saw it before. And then he says, you know, as soon as it was gone, everyone was like robots, and they just continued doing what they were doing as if they didn't even see it. And that tripped me out so bad, it gave me goosebumps. And I, you know, because I told a story. I was a teenager, and I was like, babe, watch this, please watch this. And as soon as she watched it, she was like, you know, looking at me like I'm crazy, looking at me like she's crazy. And it was something else, man. It was definitely, you know, a sort of, I guess, it's sort of a turning point where I was like, I'm not, you know, I love this subject. I'm in this subject, and I want to be a part of it even more. And I think the last thing. Oh, after I watched that, I hit up my buddy Eddie. And I'm like, hey man, you know, you remember this freaking time where, you know, we experienced this thing? He's like, I do, bro, I do. And I was like, thank God, because, you know, I'm not fucking nuts, you know. But yeah, so that was my experience.
I'll tell you something, Salvador. Thank you for
Yeah,
sharing that.
thank you.
Um, that's I fought with that for time. I mean, even though I was recording it, right? So it took me this last month, but especially since I got an article, I think I posted up in the Nest, that literally happened at Hanford. It's in the newspaper, and it's the same stuff that I've been seeing, talking about, and my family's seen, and it's like, oh, validation. I missed him because he was in here, but Matthew Roberts, another veteran, was he on the Roosevelt Can you correct me on that, somebody? I want to say the Roosevelt. He's a
Yeah,
friend of mine.
he was on the Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, so he's a friend of mine. I text him, and I can't begin to explain his book. He talks about, that battle with insanity and things like that. Another important dude to me, finding people like him, and he was able to, because again, someone who had that past and things like that, I thought I was losing my shit. I'm trying to see, does Frank's in here, but he may not be ready to speak. So does anybody else say Chase, Alexi, Mike?
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody to drink some water, eat some food, go get some sun. I think there's like vitamin D in the sunlight or something. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I know it's probably good for you. So, yeah. And I love you guys.
Okay, I think we may have Frank come in. He'll let us know. And yeah, listen to what Chase says. And also, while you're at that, while you got a water in your drink, go down to the thread, hit the little heart in there that tells me you love me, right? Because if you don't, I'm going to have a problem with that. So, Logan, you about ready with your question? Because I think Frank may be coming back in here. I think he may be connecting or whatever. So, I do know that I appreciate you guys being in here. It's important to me that experiencers, that we're able to talk, we're able to ask questions. For me, this is different than a lot of skin I have in the game is answering questions, right? Feeling normal, making sure I'm not different. So I'm glad you guys are here, and follow me, hit the bell. I enjoy having these spaces. I even join other spaces with other people for the simple fact of it's important to me to get other perspectives. And there's so many people on UFO Twitter that were part of this disclosure. I don't think anybody that's new here understands. If it wasn't for UFO Twitter, we may not be having these conversations. And can I get a man? Well, I was on my soapbox. I lost everything after that. So somebody else is going to talk. Lexi, Chase, somebody save me.
Well,
Mike,
I'm just
brother.
out here gardening. What are you guys doing?
Mike's getting ready for his podcast, which I'm a producer of. So go in that thread right now, and you can probably check out his YouTube, right? It's not a shameless plug. I'm just saying, killing time right here, right? Badass content. I'm telling you, some of the stuff he discusses, history, megaliths, psychedelics, all of them pertain to me. Long story, synchronicities, talking about that. I met Mike, and one of the most intelligent, well-read people I've ever talked to. He says 100% way too damn much, which everyone picks up on and now says, but I love him still, so we'll forgive him for that shit.
What other wild theories do you guys have?
Wild theories?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
wild.
that my wildest theory is that we're being harvested for DNA and other things, right? That's my wildest theory. That's a very real possibility. We're like cattle, and the cattle mutilations are simply an agreement and a way for them to, because I read somewhere or saw somewhere that it's one of the most, somebody may correct me, I'm not a scientist, so they're pretty similar to us in some aspects, right? But that could also be a way for the government to check for anthrax and other diseases on the down low. So it's one of those type of things. Is that what you wanted to?
Also, like the implants. Does anyone know anything about these implants?
Oh, check this out. I just posted up in the nest in the thread today something that I probably spooked myself, right? So let me just tell you guys why I got you guys in here waiting for Frank. So I'm a prospector now. That's one of the things that came along with my experience. I came so insanely passionate about minerals and just crazy like. Well, I was leaving the mountains one time, and I stayed up there by myself, and I noticed, wait, I kept, I guess, grabbing rocks, and my metal detector would go off in my hand. So I'd check it, looking for gold or whatever, and nothing. And then I'm leaving my house, and I'm seeing this surgical cut on my left hand, and I'm like, what is that? And then I take my metal detector and I run across my hand. It goes off every time, right? And I posted a picture of it up there, and it was probably me. I'm not saying I have one, but because of my experiences, I don't toss anything out, and I'll sit there and wonder, like, what the hell is going on? Is that an implant? Am I really getting probed? And I know people laugh at stuff like that, but when the impossible becomes possible, it's hard for you to say some stuff can't happen when you're seeing shit that shouldn't have happened. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? Maybe it's kind of a hard thing to explain.
When you're seeing something that, you know, follows you and shows up in the middle of the sky, like, yeah, like that's very bizarre. I can't imagine what that's like, honestly. Um, and then finding the gold, that's strange to me. Like, that's really cool. I love gold, you know, who doesn't? But like, that's amazing. You just are able to just do that.
This is crazy, bro. Thank you for bringing that up. Just like I was showing. So this last time I came back from this weekend from the mountains, and I'm not bragging. It's not like I'm some wealthy rich. For me, the passion's in able to find it for some reason, and when I find it, I'm not using metal. It's just a matter of I throw something in my hand, and that's how you usually pan gold anyway. You go gravity weight, right? I can tell by my hand if something's in it, silver, whatever, stuff like that. You may not believe me, but every time I went to the mountains, I spend minimal time looking for. I just like rocks. I don't spend time in the river and all that stuff. I'll just see a rock. I'll go feel a rock, and I'll bring said rock home, and it'll have gold. I mean, I posted a picture, I think, in the space yesterday. One home this time, I literally walked out on my camper, walked 3 feet, looked down. It's covered in dirt. You couldn't see. And I was like, I'd check that. So I pick it up and I brought it home. It's probably one of the most saturated pieces of rock that I think I posted it yesterday, but yeah, it's super saturated. I bet you, and this is just a guess, right? Because I haven't really done much with it. Again, it's not necessarily about being rich. It's about doing it or finding it, because I've got so many rocks sitting I can crush. I bet you there's a couple thousand in there easily, saturated ones I've found, and I don't spend time doing it. I don't anymore, and I can't figure out where it came from, because the first time I went to the mountains was 2 years ago, and the very first time I went, I started pulling these rocks home. So yeah, it's one of those woo things that I can't explain, and it could just be maybe it's everybody has something they probably should have done their entire life. Maybe that's what it was, and I just wasn't a crazy old prospector, and that's what I am. I get equipment. I mean, literally, you would think that I'm out there just running around, and you'd think I was crazy.
Have you like wanted to start melting any of it down yet, or you just taking like? Because I know a lot of it's a chemical process, which I know can be kind of complicated at times, but
Thank you for that question. So here's the other thing. Yeah, I do all the time, but this is the insane part of this experience, and I can't explain. So when I say I have, I'd probably be embarrassed to show you a room full of rocks, right? Because I haven't. It's not about the money. It's not about that. For some reason, I just drawn to rocks, certain ones. So I bring them home. I clean them up, because you wouldn't be able to tell right away. This is the important part. So I don't know if you guys know how to clean rocks, because I can tell you. So I use acids and things like that, but you can use tumblers, whatever you want to use. Kind of, they're just rocks. But by weight, I bring them home. I spend some time cleaning them, and voila, I've got gold. Like I could post probably 100, 200 different pictures right now, the ones I just cleaned, happen to be good at, right? And I can't figure out where that came from, but that didn't come till after my first experience. And I actually had an experience the first time I did that. So I often find it funny when people are nuts and bolts totally, and they have no woo in them at all, right? And all I'm thinking is, I don't think there's any woo, but god dang it, there isn't a shitload of woo. I question the woo, but I know that woo's way deeper than I think, because some of the stuff is, if you've seen what I've seen and you've experienced what I've experienced, it's one of the things that it's contextual, right? So people can post a picture, and I'm aware videos and pictures will never prove anything. But we often forget is the stuff that happens at the time, I think is just as important. Now I know that, right? I can't begin to explain how I know things, because again, I'm a city boy. Pandemic happened. Next thing I know, I mean, I don't mess around. I don't. This is how good I got at it, guys. I live in the city. I go on walks. On some of my walks, I'd be like, man, I would grab that one. And I have to make myself not pick up rocks, because I'm so passionate and I look dorky, right? I have to make myself. And I keep walking by just a couple blocks away. Norm picked that up, because I know. Finally, one day I made myself do it. Yeah, I was right. Gold all throughout that shit. Just right up the street from me, right? What's the odds of that? That's pretty insane. And it's not about being rich or finding the mother lode. It's just I don't know, didn't know shit about geology at one time. Now it's just like when it comes to the makeup of rocks and minerals, pretty easy for me. And I've literally done nothing but just find stuff and research. What anybody got any, I guess, opinions on that or what you think?
Yeah, I'm really confused as to like because you're digging like in the ground to find these things.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the crazy part. Oh, thank you for broaching that. You have to remind me of things, and I love you for that, Chase. So when I say I find this stuff, I'm not talking about I go in a river, I'm looking at some mining, but no, no, no. I'll walk through the mountains, through the forest, and my family can verify. I'll look at a tree that's turned over, and I'll say I'm going to go dig right there, and that's where I get it. You know, I find it in places that no one knows it's at. No one's tried to look. It's not claimed stuff. It's like, what the hell? That's that's a part of it, you know, and it doesn't make sense. But most people wouldn't pay attention; they wouldn't associate, and it could just be numerous things, right? But like I said, I'm all in on the woo. Here comes the woo train.
whoop whoop.
Can let me ask you this, Chase? Do me a favor. Go in the thread if you can post uh, Frank's Twitter in there. He may not come back, but that's okay. I want people to follow him. He's actually important to this. In here, follow her. There are all kinds of people. Jared, these people all play a part. Give somebody to talk to, give spaces, they tweet, they hold podcasts, all kinds of stuff, which is a big part of this. And actually, that's how I found my way here. So make sure you do that. Alexi, Logan, are you still here? That was for Frank, right?
I'm here.
Okay, I just want to make sure your question's for Frank, right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I had my hand up.
Okay, no problem. If you also get a chance, look in the nest. I posted a link to what was it? To the article that I just happened to find, right? It finally gave me a little bit of freedom, like, oh man, I'm not crazy. These aren't humans that are messing with me. And as crazy as people think, I spent so much time thinking it wasn't. Most people may go straight to aliens. Not me, man. I lost my shit because I thought it was people just because of my past and stuff like that. And then I find a paper of this guy, the article, and literally everything that I've been seeing is real. Last couple of years recording and stuff like that. And I posted a couple of them in the thread. So if you guys got a chance, have a look at them. Frank may not be coming back. I know he's in England and it's freaking late. So, Salvador, what do you got?
Yeah, so I just wanted to, to mention, talking about my, excuse me, my experience, and tying that to, my mentality and where I was with all that stuff. The other thing that got me thinking a lot was the research that Johnny Mack had been doing on abductions. For those who don't, I'm sure everyone here knows about him, but he's a Harvard psychiatrist, and he was involved in basically sitting down with the aerial kids who had seen that UFO, and those beings come out and everything like that. But so his fascination with abductions was not that he believed he. Anytime he spoke about it in his interviews, he spoke about it as if you know he was too scientific, evidence or proof, really that there was necessarily something there, but he believed these people enough and believed that there was consistency throughout all of their stories, that there was something going on and more needed to be done, and it needed to be researched. And what sort of contributed to my uh I wouldn't call it definitely not a psychosis, but like just my thought process and the way I thought about the rest of the world and everything around me was when you hear about those abduction stories and how they talk about doing these experiments and they talk about being on this craft that the descriptions of these craft they provided in kind of like detail, And it's consistent. And he interviewed dozens of individuals who had these kinds of experiences. And so I'm going to bring this question to, to the rest of you guys. I mean, what do you think about, that idea that these abductions are made, and you consider, if you consider the, you know, when you listen to a classic experiencer's, time in one of these crafts, there's like, for some of them, there's a like uncontrollable fear against these people or beings, and then all of a sudden, with a thought or a tool or something like that, they're all of a sudden um, calm, right? Like, imagine if someone, like, you were upset about something, you were out in the street and you were upset about something, and someone just put their hand in your face and calmed you the fuck down, but you did not want to be calm. You were you were reacting to your environment in the way you were supposed to, for whatever reason, for survival or whatever. And these guys are just coming over, they're taking you, without your consent, and they're changing your thoughts without your consent. um like, what are the implications of that?
Anybody else want to take it for me? So the implications are, they're dark, actually. I mean, I don't think any other way. So is there really any other way to see it, as if that's really happening that way? So maybe there's something we don't understand, because this is one thing that Mike always mentions. Other people, we gotta, let me not mess up this word, anthropomorphize. So see it from the human perspective, right? Maybe there's something we don't understand. So say, this is just me spitballing as well. Maybe perhaps the only reason we're here, let's say they are the God, they created us, right? So perhaps we're not seeing it from the way they are. So it's very hard to answer these questions. But from our point of view as humans, just like a cattle or anything else, I'm sure it's a bad thing, because I don't think if anyone's been abducted, there's not many that would, I'd say that, yeah, I gave him permission before. I know I'd read a couple I'm not good on this. I wish there was somebody else that knew more about it. I know there's some paperwork on, hold on a second, guys. I gotta be a dog. I know there's some work done on it, and they were talking about certain things or past lives you may have given permission. I know Genga's talked about this type of thing. Oh, Frank's back. So let's see if he ready to speak or not. But I speak too much to it because I don't really know much about the subject at all. Okay, hold on one second here. Frank, you there?
Hello.
Who's there? Tracy, you there?
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello. May I mention Dr. Rodelier?
Can you say that again?
Dr. Roger Lear. He was doing experiments into people that were coming back with implants in their bodies. And then
okay. So are you talking about a doctor or scientist?
Yes, Dr. Rodelier.
Okay.
And he
Dr. Roger Leah. Okay, I got you.
He was doing insights and experiments into what was found in people that were coming back, that they said that they were abducted. And then, he found such strange stuff in their bodies. How do you explain that?
I can't speak to this. Is there anyone else in here that can speak to the abduction phenomenon? I wish Linda was in here. I know she researches a lot of that. If you get a chance, somebody want to post.
It looked like Screen has his hands up.
Oh, go ahead, Screen. You got a question?
Yeah, I was just gonna comment on that stuff. I don't know too much about the implants and Dr. Lear, but I believe he only studied a certain kind, like only the ones in legs or feet or something like that. And then as far as the calming the people down. Sounds like infrasound. You know, different frequencies can make people feel scared or actually calm them down. So it sounds like they're just manipulating frequencies, which would be, you know, a lot of this technology.
So you didn't think he found
Hey,
any?
screen. You're breaking up, Tracy. Can everybody else hear her, or is it just me?
Tracy, you're breaking up a little bit.
Can everyone hear me, or?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think Lacey was breaking up.
Yeah, Tracy, you may be breaking up a little bit, your connection. I do have a good point. A screen name, you had a good point. As a matter of fact, if you read Skinwalker's, not Skinwalker's The Pentagon, but the first book, it actually talks about the different color orbs would cause different reactions, right? Which screen names infrasound, we have the ability with microwaves and things like that. We're on the verge of that. So that's a good point there, screen name. Appreciate that. Frankly, we have trouble connecting. Anybody else got something they want to discuss until then, or a topic they would like to broach about UFOs? That's what we're here for. If you have a story about an experience, please just come on up. Or if you'd like to talk about your podcast that I'm a producer of, go ahead, Mike. All right, so I'm your host, guys. Go ahead, Salvador.
So what was the I'm sorry, you screen name, you made a reference to different frequencies being used. Where did you say you saw that?
Who was that for? Screen name? Me.
Yeah, screen name. I think that was a question for you.
Yeah, screen name.
I think he's on a tractor somewhere, so he might not be able to hear you.
Yeah, I guess it was a lot of background noise.
Awesome. That's all right. That's all right. Frank's up in here. We'll see if he connects again. We got a lot of people up here. Vinny, Jared, Lexi. These are all people actually I met through UFO Twitter. Made my life a little easier with this topic of UAPs. Maybe if you're just joining us or you've never seen a UAP or you're not an experiencer, it's a little tough to understand. But sometimes people, let's just put it this way. We have non-human intelligences here. Let's leave it at that. Don't know where they are. It's not our tech. There's something here, and there's loads of people with explanations. But I imagine there's more than one thing, right? What do you guys think? Do you think it's one thing, one entity, or multiple entities?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of explanations. Someone was just asking me earlier, like, what do you think of the missing 411 thing? And like as I was kind of giving like a few ideas about it, I just realized like it's just unlimited, honestly. Like the explanations. I don't know if like I could just keep coming up with them all day long. Like I don't know I'm just lost.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's a lot. I don't think it's like a one phenomenon. If you wanna call it that, I think there's influence from, and I think we've known about it for a long time. So when people refer to jinn or ghosts or demons or whatever, I think that was just their way of trying to explain these unexplainable things throughout human history. And so I think people do come from, or things. Maybe they're not people in the way that we know them, but I think there are things that may come from another dimension. Things that may come from another part of this space, and they all have their own agendas and ideas to as to what they're doing here, or what they want with the planet, or what they want with Earth, or what they want with us. Um, and but us a lot is I think we also kind of like allow them in our lives. with mentality. Like our ability to manifest is so strong, and I think we underestimate it a lot. And so that's why I think, you know, I think there's more to I don't know. One of the ideas that I thought about was, you know, how some of these things might feed, or you know, how these things might feed, and it might not be, you know, vegetables and fruit. It might be, you know, off of, you know, feelings, you know, that we emit, because it is a certain, you know, maybe they get off of it, you know, get off on it somehow, whether it's fear or love or, you know, um, anything like that. I know that's going, I know that's a rabbit hole a little bit, but it's just an idea that I've been playing around with.
Well, I appreciate you speaking to that. Hey, Jared, you got anything you want to talk about? I want to post some things in the thread right now.
Sure. I mean, I guess you gave a pretty. Thank you. I hope you guys are all having a great Friday night, and ladies, all having a great Friday night. Whoever is listening, thanks for letting me speak. Hi, Lacey. Hi, a bunch of people in here. Lucius, good to be with you guys. Shane, so it's kind of an open-ended question there of like, what do you think it could be? And Ahmed was in this place the other night with us, kind of addressing this question, and he kind of spoke as maybe a way to address that is like, what types of experiences are people having? And if we're trying to understand this as being like kind of fish in a bowl, how can we kind of pick at maybe what these things represent, or what those experiences, you know, what they can communicate to us outside of the fishbowl? And I think Alexi's super exploring that through a physics level. But I don't know. I mean, in my own experiences, I think we have to include whatever you want to call it, the consciousness or something like that. But they're able to read minds or you know, telepathic things. And so I think there's some element there that is maybe indicative of, you know, Alexi does a better idea of explaining this, but realm or something outside of our current vision and understanding, right? That has been mastered via technology or something else. That's kind of where my curiosities lie. I don't think it's any one thing to answer that question, but that's kind of where I get curious about. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that stuff's definitely possible. Sorry, it's hard for me to hear right now. Like a crazy rainstorm is rolling through. But screen name, I know you have your hand up, and there, as far as what Jared was just saying, there's definitely things outside of our perception, and we do have Frank back in as a speaker as well, and he has, you know, he's spoke directly with Hal Putoff and Eric Davis, and my next question for him in that regard, after we get the screen name, would be about John Searle, and if you've ever spoken with him. But screen name, do you want to go ahead real quick?
Yeah, hey man, yeah, I'm in South Carolina. That's passing through right now. It's crazy, crazy. People are pulling over. But on the consciousness aspect. What's that?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I was saying you guys got rain. I got literally helicopters coming over my house fighting fires out in California. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like the rain better. But I was just saying, like as far as the conscious aspect of it, and I had kind of mentioned earlier about it's almost like they're trying to communicate. Well, we all speak different languages depending on the person or the area. So like, you know, if you, like when you meet somebody, you know, like they wave, you mimic back to them like actions to let them know you're friendly. And it's almost like that's what they're doing by like scanning our consciousness somehow.
Yeah, I love that. And I don't want to from Frank. I mean, I think we could talk about consciousness and all the related sciences around there at, you know, at length. We do have Frank here. I remember earlier in the conversation we were talking about peer-reviewed journalism. I just wanted to add to you, Frank, like when I get curious about things, I love to go on Google Scholar and type, you know, searching for UFOs or, you know, UFOs consciousness or UFO whatever, right? You know, these different types of studies, near-death experiences, and multiple times I've come across your articles via Google Scholar. So thank you for your contributions. And then I think Lucius had a question for you there.
Yeah, Frank, can you hear me? Are you able to chime in? I don't know if you're not there or just muted. But yeah, I mean, if you just want to keep going, Jared, until Frank chimes in.
Frank, is your mic working or what? Go ahead. Yeah, I'm going to keep working that thread, Jared. I'm going to take over for a few minutes. That way I can promote my fam up that's up in this thread. I appreciate it.
Sure. Okay. I guess the question I'd have is anyone exploring a conscious element of the UFO phenomenon because of experience that created that curiosity, right? It's not that we have it all figured out, but that through some experience, that's kind of where your questioning went to. So yeah, I guess that would be a question I'd have. Screen name, did you have an answer there?
No, I was just agreeing. When I've interacted with the phenomena, it's like how everybody has trouble getting a picture of it. It's like it lets you view it, but then it's aware when you try to take a picture.
That's the other thing, the other weird thing about it, and I think I've heard a lot of that, especially in reference to the Skinwalker Ranch, that they whatever it seems like it's multiple things, and whatever these things are, there's like a trickster aspect to them, but it's almost as if just based on what I've seen and what other researchers have done, it almost seems like they can tell what you're going to do before you do it. They already know what certain people's intents are before it's complete, before it's even done. Which so that gets me thinking, when it comes to how they approach individuals, are they approaching individuals because they know they respond in a certain way? So, just as an example, if I approach this guy in the street, and I know he's going to pay it forward. I know he's going to pay it forward, as opposed to the 5 other people who I just passed. I give him $5 because I know he is going to do the same thing tomorrow. He's going to pass it to, someone else. And it's just going to continue on. So is there maybe an element, just sort of, be like their ability to read people, their ability to understand, what we're gonna do? Does that change how they're interacting with us and who they're interacting with exactly?
I mean, gosh, I mean, those types of experiences that you're describing there, like, I feel like would make people curious, about theories of panpsychism or idealism or Donald Hoffman stuff or whatever it is. But then it draws to like this theoretical thing, right? Like it becomes very theoretical quickly. And I wish Frank was here, because my question would be like, how do we? I think what we're lacking, honestly, is experiments, right? Like, not that this is gonna. It's good. The dam's gonna be. But while we're in this stage and trying to understand the phenomenon, like, I think we lack like new ideas to test certain theories, right? And we kind of philosophize largely about, someone earlier posted in this space a perfect infographic of like all these different theories of what the phenomenon could be and authors that related to them. And we could have really rich discussion between there. But it's almost like we need people to think of like new experiments to test hypotheses, right? Even if it's testing something that we don't quite understand. And I think, and where you're saying it's personal in the sense of it knows where you're looking, right? And it almost is giving the personal experience of those experiments for the experiencer to evolve through in a way. But on the other end of that coin, I think we lack, like, Shane, who's here, that's having a ton of contact. I'm just thinking, like, what data metrics are we lacking, right? It's not like flight tracker and Stellarium, some satellite app, right? I mean, that's just kind of a process of elimination stuff. But if we're more curious about, like, does it know where Shane is looking or something? What new ideas do we need to come up with that we can contribute data that would be helpful in some way? Yeah.
Thank you for that, Jared. Hey, Frank, are you here? he may have technical difficulties, guys. So I actually met my brother Tupac, has started up a space, and this has been a long, fantastic space, and I love Frank. I need everybody to get that thread. Thank Frank, send that to him for being here. I appreciate that. He's answering questions, and he shared his experience for the first time. So please do one solid. Go down there like this, retweet it, get your ass over the Tupacabra space so we can support him. A lot for the community, man. Guys, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Thank you for coming and supporting me, man. Every bit of you.